All right, it is 9:12 a.m. on March 24, 2023. This is our second collective bargaining session in 2023 between the union and the city of Laredo. I think last time we were here, there were several proposals that were given by the union, and today the city is ready to counter on some of those articles. If you all don't mind, would you like to start with Article 6? I know that there was an Article 4 that was given, that was proposed. I think you all pulled that one back. So we'll skip that one for now, and we'll start with Article 6 if that's okay with everyone.
Yes.
Okay. So the city's proposal on Article 6 was to keep, and you'll see that a lot of the language that you propose in that article is in blue. We did make some changes. We wanted to make sure that rights of management, that everything is consistent with the article that you had proposed to be part of that. One of the substantive changes that we did make was on page 3. I think it's, or is it letter J? Letter J. We did, sorry, we'll start with letter C first, forgive me. Letter C, we removed Article 32, maintenance of standards. Okay. And on letter J as well, we removed Article 32, maintenance of standards. And on letter B as well, any mention of maintenance of standards, because it was the city's opinion that that wasn't applicable to this particular article, because the contract is pretty clear. Article 32 is very clear. Anything that was guaranteed, any right that was given by supervisors or by management before the contract lives for the duration of the contract, right? And the only way it can be brought back would be at the negotiating table, right?
Right.
That's my interpretation of it.
Yeah,
So we
and
feel
then-
so we feel that it's not applicable to those things. Now, some of the things that you are referring to do apply. For instance, the hiring, promoting, probationary period, all those articles in letter B apply. We just felt that maintenance of standards didn't apply in that regard. Benjamin.
So
Those are changes.
we had listed those articles there, and and we were, again, as we explained the last meeting, we were just putting them to reference how many articles are affected by this, and how it goes back and forth. And I know you had recommended some change of wording, and so we have no issue with going to kind of what we did in letter D, consistent or with respect to just referencing the collective bargaining agreement as a whole. So that way, if we do address one article, we don't have to come back and then address this one again. So, and we had mentioned in the last meeting, we just detail them out so we can illustrate how many articles are affected by just one section of it. But if the city wants, to consider it, we can just go, instead of listing every article out, and just be consistent or going with in line with the collective bargaining agreement.
I think that's fair. Yeah. So
That way
consistent. So instead of listing them, it just be every I guess letter would say consistent with the collective bargaining agreement. Okay. Is that your counter to our counter, Mr. Gonzalez?
Right.
And another thing, I think it was letter,
So your changes are in red
yes,
and blue is what we had proposed.
yeah, that's what you had
Where's
proposed, yes.
our proposed, right?
And the other thing was letter N.
Letter M?
N, forgive me, N as in Nancy. So for letter N, I know it's the 14th, sorry. I don't know the military, what is it? November, thank you, Mr.
Rosario knows it.
Thank you, Rosario, thank you, sorry.
Ends in Nikki.
I only know alpha, that's all I got. So for, so for letter N, I know that there was a 14-day written notice that the union was wanting before transferring to firefighters. We removed that because if, I think it should go into another article, perhaps, the duty article, Article 10.
So did you add it in?
I-
Program 10 or?
that we
or
have
you're
not
just
done
saying
yet.
We should bring it up later.
We should bring her up later on, yes.
Okay.
So if that's something that the union is wanting, some advance notice on before transferring firehouses.
Yes.
Then that could be something you propose in Article 10. Or in Article 10.
So do you want to discuss the notice? Is it just, we'll discuss it later and it's not going to be entertained, or is it? And just so we know.
No, and we can discuss it. I know that the chief had mentioned that he'll try to give you notice on Thursday before your shift on Monday. Is that,
I mean.
that's all, is that,
So there's no issue when you're transferring from firehouse to firehouse on the same shift, right? The issue arises when, and so if you're familiar with it, we have A, B, and C,
Mhm.
or instead of the 24/48 work schedule, we have the 40-hour work week schedule. So the issue arises when, if I'm a 40-hour week employee and then I go to 24/48. And it's not because the firefighter inconvenienced in as far as like picking up his boots or his equipment. It's more, I've paid money, I've set up childcare, I've done certain things in my life. And the notice is just pretty much go ahead and get your affairs in order because we're about to shift you from, you know, this schedule to that schedule. It's nothing, you know, in a perfect example at the smallest level is just for me to move all my clothing, extra uniforms, equipment, you know, I have to go clean out my locker. We have 2 lockers, right? All our gear, transfer that. So that itself is not gonna happen from one day to the next, right?
Mhm.
Even if you did do that, then you still tied up with everything else. So it's the reason for the notice, right? We understand in emergency situations, the fire chief is going to have to pull someone gets into an argument, something happens. Someone gets into some kind of issue where they have to be removed from the line and sent to administrative duty. We understand those situations and we don't have an issue with them. We just, on the normal average changing of a roster, someone gets promoted. You're just asking for notice, right? So, and we can word it that way. I just wanted to know if we're gonna remove it here, or are we going to discuss it somewhere else? And you have a better place to put it. We have no issue. To put it into another article, we just figured since that talked about the transfer. We put a notice where the transfer goes, right?
It just didn't seem appropriate that this is a duty, a contractual obligation that you're putting on management and it's in the rights of management section. It just didn't seem appropriate. So I think it'd be better placed in Article 10 where it talks about duty. And again, the 14 days, it might be a little too much for management that's a lot of notice for the management. That's what we've been told.
And
It's something,
what are the reasons of the 14 days allowed?
it's just a lot of times moves have to be made. I know that the last move was 80 different firefighters that had to be moved. And if that ever happens again, then there's this contractual obligation, then there's an opportunity for the union to grieve. It becomes problematic, especially when moves have to be made.
I think when I made the 80 moves, they had months, I guess, to prepare.
I was about this, I'm trying to envision the scenario, mind you, outside of emergencies, outside of someone getting into criminal issues, right? But outside of that, on a normal roster change, I'm trying to think of the scenario that comes up that a 14-day notice would be unreasonable. But if management has some, and I guess so that we can get to Article 6, we can maybe discuss that there, but my question was just, are we going to discuss the notice and?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
I think it's something that we can definitely put on the table. It's just, what I'm saying is that the 14 days, it
Might be too much.
might be too much and.
So they're looking at what, 1 day notice.
What's specific?
Oh, no, 1 day notice, no, nothing like that. It's something that we can come to the negotiation table on, absolutely. I mean, we can pretty much reach some common ground on that. Yeah, it's something that's enough notice for you to get your affairs in order when you are transferring, but still enough time where the management has the authority to, move and do it as quickly as possible.
Okay. Now, you mentioned something about and I don't know, correct me if I'm wrong, the wording that you used, was it restricting or limiting management authority or directing under this article? Correct me if I'm wrong, but the entire contract does that, right? It's the reason for the contract, letting management know this is what can and cannot be done, this is letting, giving notice to department, this is what can and cannot be done, these are the rules we've agreed to. And so pretty much everyone's going to be restricted or given.
Cutting it down to a week, to maybe 7 days, is that something more reasonable?
7 days?
And the whole issue is just so that
They're planning.
if I'm on shift, because what ends up happening, if I'm on shift Friday and I get moved to work on Sunday, I won't be released till midnight on Friday. And normally it happens at the weekend because there's the paper closes on a Saturday. So if I'm moving there, if I have anything to do as far as anyone that works on a regular business schedule. From Friday to Sunday, I'm not gonna be able to talk to anyone, I'm not gonna be able to address anything. 7 days,
And then you've got vacations that are pre-scheduled, you've got doctor's appointments, you've got childcare, there's so many things that are affected.
and
And
that's
when you
gonna,
find out Friday, even a 5-day notice, when you really think about a 5-day notice, most of your scheduling and appointments are not done 5 days out. I mean, we normally set up things weeks and months out, vacation, things like that, and when you're getting shipped like that, that's really difficult to keep up with,
right.
from one day to the next.
And that Randall brings up so we have firemen, children are ill to a certain capacity or permanent illness of any certain time, not to bring in specifics, but a lot of those appointments, I know it's not very frequent, but I'm just bringing that to light as far as why we're asking for a notice, and we can discuss it later, and then just so you'll entertain it. I just, what article are you looking at putting in?
There would be a duty for Article 10. And if y'all would consider 7 days.
Okay.
Notice is sufficient.
That is under article.
Why,
10.
why, yeah.
And I just wanted to know if we were gonna bring it up, so I guess if you wanna go in 10, we'll look at 10. The way I see it is if it's in the contract. Whether it's 10, 11, 13, or a new one. right? They're gonna be in the contract.
Or and if you disagree with it being Article 10, if you think it's more applicable somewhere else. Then
Based on the time. We'll look at it then.
Yeah.
Or right now, I'll launch whenever it can, we'll see where we can go. Okay. So then on A, so we had used the word pursuant to, you wanna go with consistent with.
yeah, consistent with the collective bargain. I mean, I guess now that's my question. We were fine with you listing everything, but if you want to just say consistent across the board, consistent with the collective bargaining agreement.
So as when you add the word and after schedules, are you saying that they're two separate issues, some of them may apply, some may not? So it's directing the work, right? Paying a regular overtime modification of work schedules and consistent.
No, I think what that means is that it's all like him directing work, scheduling, all that stuff. It has to be consistent with the collective bargaining agreement. You want to get rid of the word and?
I was just asking because
Yeah.
it wasn't inserted, I was, or did you feel there was a
No,
change on?
I think maybe, just, I added it just when I was and consistent with, I just added it, but it makes more sense just saying consistent with.
Okay.
And
I
I
think
don't have an
that's
issue either way,
fine.
I just wanted to know if.
It makes
the
more,
word-
it's clearer, I think, that without the and.
So then we would go consistent with, the collective bargaining agreement?
Mhm.
Okay. And are you typing up the changes? Or, yes.
Yeah, I'm tracking them.
How about this, I throw this out there, the first line is 6.2. Says consistent with the overall goals, objectives of the city. Fire department, how we put and. The collective bargaining agreement there. That
And
way,
that- and
that way
that's-
it's in everything.
Right, and that's something that Joaquin had brought up and that we weren't necessarily against, it's just that. I was just going off your comment.
Yes, but instead of like putting
And
consistent
you're
with,
proposing to put in 6.2, what
at
sentence?
the top, the very first sentence, because it already says consistent with the overall goals, the objectives of the city. The fire department and this collective bargaining agreement, how about that?
With that, Jess? Let me just look over if we put anything else.
And that covers everything, instead of listening at each paragraph.
And that would essentially be that management has rights, but it all has to be consistent with the collective bargaining agreement. So
Goals.
any rights that they exercise that are enumerated here would have to be consistent with the collective bargaining agreement.
So on F, would you want to add the part that you inserted that consistent with all relevant laws there as well? Or do you want to leave that in there?
We can leave consistent with all relevant laws there.
There on F?
Yeah.
Mhm.
Okay.
But as
We
far as the
just leave
collective
it
bargaining
and
agreement, yeah.
and
And we're just at the top to mean that it's covering every sub point.
so on F, what is the wording that you're proposing?
Just take out the blue.
Take out the blue and leave
Yeah.
that. Then on J, we would remove all of it, right? And, yeah. Move along. Okay. The notice on N, you said we were moving to discussing at 10,
Discussing intent, yes, sir.
okay, 6.5.
And let's say it were to be placed in 10, then that notice would govern letter N. Because as per, yes,
So. On 6.5. So you're proposing. Are we removing past practices or?
No, because remember, maintenance of standards is in the collective bargaining agreement. So because maintenance of standards is in there and this is subject to maintenance of standards and past practices
Okay,
would be completely fine. This is just, so if it wasn't a past practice, if it's not covered in CBA,
Right.
then management has the rights to implement certain changes as necessary for
and I
purposes of
only asked for that, so
management.
there's no miscommunication or the fact that, you have one definition, we have another, so that way.
Right.
I wouldn't want the article to basically say, well, that's not what I thought, and then we get into that kind of argument, right? If we're on the same page with it, and you agree, and I think you said you have a proposal on 32 anyway, right?
Yes, we do.
So you're not referencing that it has to be in writing into the contract. Right? That's your understanding?
6.5?
We're not talking about, it has to be in writing in the contract. It's just anything addressed in the agreement, right?
Unless otherwise addressed in the agreement, yes.
Okay. Yeah, I just wanted to make sure that we are acknowledging past practice.
It would just be under maintenance of standards, right? And again, the idea behind Article 32 is if it was something that was done, or if there was something that was done, or there was a right given to the union before the contract was formed, it remains for the life of the contract. Okay.
Bargain, right?
Unless bargained, or like we've had in certain situations, if chief has a policy, there's some conflict with CBA, he comes to the union and then addresses it there with the union.
Does anyone have an issue with 3.5 under those terms? Okay. Okay. Are we gonna go over it and print it out and then,
Want me to,
or,
yeah, I can send it to, or I can have it printed and we can go over it.
yeah, I didn't know if you wanted to keep going through them or just handle one by one?
I mean, we can keep going through and then we can TA, like, I guess we just keep working. And then, once we caucus, we can print those out, and if it looks good to everyone, then we can TA at that point, if that's what's.
Okay. Yeah, that'll work.
And is it okay if I clarify just really quick? I
Sure,
took
please.
all the language for consistent with the collective bargaining agreement out. And all the specified articles, and I just in 6.2 at the very top paragraph. The first sentence, the exercise of the rights of management will be consistent with the overall goals and objectives of the city. Florida Fire Department and the collective bargaining agreement, so it's there.
Mhm.
And then the rest of the sections would go back to,
And this, the way they were.
Bargaining, right?
Except that you're leaving consistent with all relevant laws, right?
Yes.
yes, let me add that, thank you.
Johnny the ghost,
And then
where you been? I haven't seen you in so long, your mustache.
we're keeping. language.
That's how long it's been.
It's in the weekend.
He's the most popular artist in the world now.
And then 6.5 for.
6.5. Yes.
And yes. On the record, they say, otherwise addressed in this agreement. I mean, we can put wording on it. So, Randall's asking if
Yes.
this negates past practice, what we were discussing.
So the article that is, the article that establishes past practice is maintenance of standards, Article 32. It's covered in the CBA.
Right.
So management rights or management, any sort of management decision would be subject to anything in CBA. 32 is in there. So this doesn't mess with past practice.
This shouldn't mess with myself.
Because they're stating on the record
Yeah.
that.
Yeah.
They're not proposing.
This article really is talking about the general rights, right, of the chief. That's it. So if you want to restrict something or through past practice, even it should be 32. And this wouldn't affect it. Yeah, this is more general, like, hey, chief gets to do scheduling, right? But the specifics of it couldn't be in the other articles. That's all.
You good or you want to?
Mr. Man, if you have any thoughts, please, this is the time to
No, no. You
talk
want to
about
discuss it
it.
in our caucus? Or-
You want to? Caucus for about 5 minutes?
Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay,
Let's
that's
make these changes.
Yeah.
You do that.
Thank you. You just. All right, so it's a 9:39. We're back from caucus. It was requested by the union. So,
So on 6.5, we have no issue with the language introduced, except through our discussions with kind of the meaning of what we're talking about. So we would introduce to scratch or to delete the section of the sentence between the comma, so it would read, unless otherwise addressed in this agreement, the city shall have the clear right to make decisions in such areas on a unilateral basis. We would strike in any matters not specifically covered by the language within this agreement. So just to remove any potential conflict of the language, right?
It's basically restating the same thing over.
This is redundant, actually, right?
We're fine with that language, it's just it kind of, yeah,
Take out the.
in any matters not specifically covered, so just unless otherwise addressed in this agreement.
unless I was just in disagreement. Yeah, that's fine. We're good with that change. So we'll make that change and then we'll present something after our initial discussion. And then we can hopefully tee it out.
you wanna go on to 8?
please,
Are you-
unless anyone has anything else to talk about in Article 6. Okay.
When they say no, you gotta move on.
Just making sure. I will, buddy. So Article 8, the only change that, I guess you all wanted to get rid of, section 8.2, which states all special details not corresponding to the above mentioned duty shall be paid at the rate of time and a half. We want to keep that language in there so that if, management does send you on some sort of a special detail, it actually protects the union. That means it would be guaranteed that you would be making time and a half on that particular detail, as opposed to, anything else. And I guess my question is, and maybe you can refresh my memory, why was that change proposed on 8.2 from the beginning?
The reason was, as we were discussing in the government agreements and details, with this language is, we view it as pretty much, the firefighter waiving any rights it had for coverage of liability, right? I accepted time and a half, and I understood that any duties that are just touched on in 8.1, I'd be acknowledging that I'm getting something in return for being asked to do something that maybe wouldn't be covered by workers' comp or our insurances or anything like that. So,
I guess
I think, I'm sorry, the overtime policy is already discussed, and, the contract does give directive to the fire chief and the union president to come up with an overtime policy. Maybe that would be hammered out there instead of having the language. And correct me if I'm wrong, or if you guys see it differently, our concern was the firefighter waiving any coverages or anything like that if he's asked to perform a duty because he accepted time and a half for it. An example would be, do me a favor and use the ladder truck to go switch out the traffic lights on the street. We know workers' comp is not gonna cover that. But if you paid him a time and a half, would he be waiving I guess, coverage over the insurance, right, for that liability? And that's why I bring it up, it's just so that.
There's a
Working
lot.
for the city, anytime that you are working for the city, you're covered for anything.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter what.
Well,
you're doing.
No,
not-
we denied all the time.
Well, no, but, and workers' comp representative was the last contract
Yeah.
specifically stated, no, you are not covered for anything in the city.
Yes.
I know,
If you're working on city property, I agree with you. If you're working on city property, if you get hurt at the fire station, yes. But when you're out of the fire station, you're performing a firefighter duty, they deny all the time.
if your supervisor is asking you to do that, and we've made it clear in a couple of other meetings prior to this, that you are covered, and Linda was supposed to get you all information,
Right,
got
yeah.
information, I'm not sure if she did.
So we understand, you're saying we are, we just asked, we wanted to make sure.
In writing.
So, and so this is part of that, so I guess we would have to wait to see if we are covered. And we go back to the same thing that workers' comp representatives have actually told the association, you will not be covered for that even if your supervisor gives you the order. Yeah. You were gonna say something.
Yeah, real quick, I get your point, because I represented a police officer who, was playing basketball for PT and, workers something that, but I won it, so he got it back.
So you're on that side now.
So I get what you're saying, but here, maybe it'll just assuage the concern is, how would we say, wages will be paid, so it's just talking about, this is talking about just wages, that you're getting time and a half, not that you get time and a half and you lose benefits. This is just talking about wages, that's all.
Right, no, but this allows the firefighter to accept, and so, and this may not be the proper term, but I've used the term the last meeting as an unlawful order.
Yeah,
Right. I'm a captain, I give firefighter X an unlawful order, and he performs it.
Mhm.
He may argue, well, I'm supposed to give it time and a half. He gets paid time and a half. Is that basically him understanding and saying,
Wait.
I understand I'm going outside the scope of my work here, but since I'm getting paid time and a half, is that him basically implying that he accepts that he is waiving his rights to certain things? And now, if that's not the case, and that's why I think Mr. Nieto is gonna bring us some literature on it, then so be it, then it's not the case, but it would be hard for us to make a decision without the actual literature of coming from workers' comp. More so because workers' comp representatives have told the association, you will not be covered.
I believe Mr. Nienda at the last meeting said that the person who gave you that information misspoke.
Right.
So
Yes, but in our subcommittee meeting, there was some discussions and I know you were there for that. There are some things that we're asked to do that would fall out of our scope or out of our jurisdiction
Mhm.
that we're not covered under workers' comp
And what were those things?
going into county
Now mind you,
when the mutual aid agreement's not being.
no one is saying we don't want to follow those orders. No one is saying we just refuse to do that. All we are saying is, if we do, have it be in writing that we're covered, right? I wouldn't want my family to be out on all the benefits and basically what was supposed to protect them with me gone, not being there because I followed an order. So what I explained to the team was, and we discussed this, come up with wording when cooler heads can prevail, instead of when I just lost all my limbs at some incident and we're having it out in court, right? We're trying to avoid that. So we have no issue with the order, right? Hey, I want you to go do this. This is happening. There's an emergency. By all means, all hands on deck. We just want to make sure the firefighters will be covered, right? And then I know we've mentioned that they are, workers' comp or whatever it may be is going to make that determination. And we brought up the city of Mission as an example. The city of Mission wrote TMLA letter stating, we want you to cover this firefighter. And they told basically the people that are hiring them, no. And are they still fighting this out in court? Was it 5, 6 years
And
later?
what was it? Do you know what it was
It
based
was a
on?
type of cancer. I don't remember what it was. It was
That he got while he was fighting fires?
under the presumptive law. It's presumed, right? They
Mhm.
basically won it, and so TML is continuously appealing it. Right, so I don't know if he's getting coverage or not. He's still alive, right?
Mhm.
Thankfully, but if he had passed, so we wouldn't want someone's family to be left out. And which is why we bring it up now, right? And I brought the example of grievance I had filed years ago. Not necessarily to not do the task, just so that we can correct the wording or to make sure that that coverage is there. Now, we do know that even if we word it here, you will be covered. TML could say, we're not gonna cover it.
Well,
That contract doesn't govern us, we're not going to cover it.
Mhm.
So we just wanna make sure that, and I give you an example as an officer, I do not want to give an order
Mhm.
where I'm gonna basically have my firefighter not covered. That's, it has nothing to do with not wanting to perform the duty. If we need to do it, we will go ahead and do it. We just wanna make sure, right now, that no one's being asked to do any of that, that the firefighter will be covered.
would, based off of what, Rosario said, would y'all entertain the idea of writing an article that said, while on duty, you're going to be covered, even if workman comp denies, the city will cover you?
I think, yeah, they had introduced.
Yeah, I know that, but based on what you said, you're on duty. You're doing things that your officers have told you to do. Could we put that language in to where then there is no question?
Right.
Yes, workman's comp, we can't govern workman's comp under our contract. But if the city agrees that while you're on duty, you should be covered, well, let's put it in writing and then we eliminate all the issues.
And then we wholeheartedly believe that.
We're gonna get the letter from Workman's Comp. Because that is, there's a lot of other factors involved, such as negligence in
Right.
some areas, right? And so there's gonna be, it would open the door to bigger things. And so while we say that if there is a director from one particular supervisor to the firefighter, the answer was 100% yes, but when negligence becomes into the picture, then it's a totally different story and we'd have to write a very,
Right, well, and to touch on that, the grievance we had filed several years ago was that to get actual language from workers' comp, but basically the firefighter could determine if that order was lawful or unlawful. And the reason why is the officer could be negligent, right? The officer could be impaired for whatever number of reasons. And if the firefighter follows his directive, we're basically not training the firefighter to say, wait a minute,
And that's not the supervisor, we're talking about the supervisor of the firefighter.
yes, but if the supervisor is negligent, supervisor is impaired, if the firefighter follows his directive, we have no language that tells the firefighter, if you notice your officer is in this situation, you have the ability to not, kind of like in the military, right? The unlawful orders, hey, you know, you're not gonna order me to do that. We don't have that mechanism in the fire department, right? There may be, I don't know if there's some case law that touches on it, but when we going back to this section 8.2, we feel that might create the possibility that the firefighter is waiving any rights he would have. And that's why we struck it out. And this, I think it's more to touch on some of the other conversation we had on another article.
Yeah, maybe we can't just strike it out, but what you're saying, Randall, it's a tough ask, because.
Of course.
And.
It's a tough ask to ask our firefighters to go do things
No,
that they potentially are not covered on.
I'm with you, it's just, for instance, if you say, hey, go to HEB on your lunch, to get his lunch, and, it's off duty time, there's case law that
There's
says.
no
that.
off-duty time.
I know, but like, if you're in HEB, you're walking through HEB.
That's exactly what we're
Yeah,
talking about.
exactly, right? But then also there's, if your horse play hanging off of the truck, that's not appropriate. So I'm with you, maybe
No,
it's
but,
part of
you
that
know,
code
there-
of conduct, hey, this is an unlawful order, don't follow these types of orders, only give these types of orders.
Right.
That's
I'll
something
give you
we
an
can talk
example,
about.
going into the county, we have a
Mhm.
mutual aid agreement. We're sending to the county, we have no problem going and saving people in the county, we have no problem going to help. What we have a problem is when the mutual aid agreement is not executed,
Mhm.
and we're being sent into the county, and if the firefighter thinks it's an unlawful order to be sent, how does he stop and get off the truck?
Mhm.
We're being told to go, we have no problem going and doing our job, we have no problem helping the citizens, that's not the issue. All we want to make sure is that when we're going into the county, and there is an intergovernmental contract, and we're not executing that contract, we're just being sent. Are we covered?
That's something we need to.
And it is
Yeah,
a large
we do
issue
that.
coming from the task, coming from
Yeah.
TML. I just got a response to the firefighter commission that where his issue is, and the claim was actually paid, TML came back and sued him personally, trying to get their money
Yeah.
back. So the issue is the coverage, what we have from
Right.
TML during working
They're
hours.
suing him personally.
Yeah, well, get his money back, get their money back.
And in that case, the firefighter's there, he's still alive with his family. And not that it's not a bad situation. We're looking at it, what if the firefighter's not there? And his family is going through this grieving for the firefighter, and yet they're being sued for insurance money or anything that the firefighter thought he was gonna take care of his family with.
Yeah.
And that's why we wanna try to address it now, so that we avoid that situation, because we've, and it's not the only one in the state, there's firemen across the state that have been going through this, I think there's another one out of the Metroplex area. And it's just, for us, it's unfortunate, because the firefighter thinks, I'm going to do my job. But then you find out, if you're still alive, actually, yeah, you weren't supposed to be doing that.
So I guess my question is, has there been a situation where you've responded to something outside of the jurisdiction where you go into the county and then TML says someone's gotten hurt and TML says you're not covered?
No,
There's, but let me. Don't even go outside the city limits, within the incorporated city limits. Our firefighters, I've been told that injury is not consistent with firefighting. What do you mean? I was fighting the fire. For how long? How long were you holding the hose? Like, are you serious? Like,
And so I guess, so you're sort of helping my point, is that TML is gonna do whatever they're gonna do, and
Right.
nothing that you put in this contract is going to change what their analysis is of what their coverage is.
correct, but,
Even if it's- even if
Correct.
it's city limits.
correct, but
Yeah.
why
Question.
allow language that starts to sway the pendulum in their direction?
They're going to ask those questions, David, that's.
I
part
don't
of-
understand
that's
that,
part of
but
the
if,
procedure.
the firefighter, like, if they come up and say, well, you accept it, right? You accepted to do that task. If it was unlawful order, you said, I'll do it because you're giving me something, right? You're giving me a half, time and a half. Okay, I'll do it. And I'll give you an example. In the past, firefighters who did construction, who did diesel mechanics, they were asked, hey, we'll pay you time and a half. Come and work on the fire truck. Would that be covered under workers' comp? You're getting paid time and a half as a firefighter. But you're doing a realignment on a fire truck and the jack cleans out. Right? Will they be covered? Because the fire department historically, and if I'm not mistaken, has currently asked firefighters to do things outside of the scope. But they pay them time and a half. So is the firefighter accepting time and a half, saying, I waive all my rights of under my duties or under a firefighter?
And the answer is no, we're just talking about the rate of the wage,
The rate
right?
of pay.
And the liability, I'm trying to come to common ground is, we would want more coverage from TML, right? But we say if,
But we can't.
no,
cover that.
no matter what, someone's gonna pay for it, then we don't want the firefighter to say, hey, I'm not gonna cooperate, answer questions from TML because someone's gonna pay.
Right, right, and I understand
But
that.
we want TML to pay,
Of
so,
course.
so.
And this is why that grievance was filed. It was because there was no clear answer.
Mhm.
That grievance was filed and Ms. Rosario was the interim. It was, we just want to come up with the language that to create the mechanism that firefighter protected. We didn't have the answer, right? But when we read certain things, we're like, all right, how can we get there? And I use the example of the grievance that was filed because it was something as simple of buffing a floor, a vinyl floor. But that was going to be the catalyst or the avenue of, okay, let's have the workers' comp give us the wording, right? Because workers' comp will tell us, we cover in these areas, and even like that, someone's gonna be some gray area, but at least they're giving us some guidelines now of what we know that we can navigate within. And that maybe could reference our duties, or better yet, the officers, or even the fire chief and administration letting us know, if you're within here, you are covered. If you step out that, just realize you're not going to be covered, right? Now, 8.2 in our eyes gives them the opportunity to go outside of those boundaries and say, hey, if I'm gonna get 10 and a half, I'll do it, right?
So
And
you
you
guys,
jump off that cliff and,
Yeah.
you know, see if you can fly, or for 10 and a half, I'll do it, right? And it's like, hey, the workers come back and say, no. So the other thing we had requested is the workers come giving us a detailed guideline or steps on if orders or if duties are followed in this manner, you will be covered, right? So that way, all the firefighters will know, hey, wait, the example, the intergovernmental agreement. Hey, wait a minute, did you activate the intergovernmental agreement? No, then we'll go as soon as that is activated, right? Could a chief officer say that without it being insubordination? No, he tells the fire chief, hey, chief, we're not following the agreement, right? The county judge hasn't called the city manager. You're just telling us to go just because. And we've ran into that scenario where a district chief will tell someone, just go outside of the city limits because whatever reason, we're gonna help those people out. Those firefighters are gonna listen to their chief officer. But if anything happened to them, they would not be covered. And actually, district chief or chief officers have been disciplined in the past for giving such directives. Right? They've been suspended for several shifts.
Yep.
For giving those orders. So we just wouldn't want a chief, there's multiple chiefs, about 3 or 4 that have been suspended.
I hear you, it's just,
Right.
I mean, to play out though, to play it out, if the city, you know, one of your supervisors telling you to do an act, you do it, and all of a sudden the workers' comp doesn't cover it, that firefighter can still sue the city for
Sure, they
that action,
can.
yeah, so it's not
At a
included.
expense,
but
it takes lots
yeah,
of time
yeah.
before they're compensated.
Well, and
But
here's the
workers' comp
thing.
be
with-
easier,
with
we
time-
want workers' comp to cover more.
With time and money aside.
Yeah.
I would tell you right now. Yeah, I don't wanna risk my leg for it, right,
Yeah,
or
yeah.
potential of being handicapped for it, right? Yeah, I can sue them and I'll probably win. But the thing is, like, I should never been there in the first place.
Mhm.
And I don't know if the 50 grand I'm gonna get is gonna, you know, compensate for the wheelchair I'm gonna be in the rest of my life, right?
Yeah.
And then that's what we're trying to get to, and that's why. You asked on some backstory on why 8.2.
Yeah.
To us seems that it may be potential that you're waiving
Okay.
any other rights.
So to rectify that, I believe, you know, better training, better clarification, you know, that'd be better, because even workers' comp, you probably get less than 50,000, you know, it's not worth it. By all means, I'm telling you, it's not worth it, so, but 8.2, you know, it would not waive it, but if you want to take it out, that's not an issue.
Well, and the thing is that we wanna iron out the language now.
Mhm.
Because we understand when something does happen, we're not gonna wanna spend 20 minutes discussing it, right? And that's what we're trying to avoid. So that it happens, I know not instantly, but within a matter of seconds or minutes. That the units can roll out so that we can help, whether it's the public here and within the city limits or outside. And we're not trying to stop the response, we're just trying to make sure, you know, liability.
And I think because it can be addressed in overtime policy, I think it's something that would be more appropriate to put, you know, there as opposed to.
In your opinion, I'm sorry about your dog.
Oh.
In your opinion. If somebody's being paid overtime to do any duties, would they consider covered under workman's comp?
Workers' comp is a separate issue. That's a liability issue. This is just talking about your rate of pay.
I
your
understand.
wages, Yeah.
My question is, if somebody's being paid time and a half to do a duty,
Mhm.
whatever the
Mhm.
city asks them to do,
Mhm.
would they be covered under workman's comp?
Not just because they're working time and a half. No. Because you could be time and a half, but, you know.
Could this language be used for workers' comp?
Working security or something, right? And you're like, hey, that's a
Okay, but
firefighter
the
duty.
department hired you
Yeah.
to work that security.
Yeah.
That's my point.
Then the department's liable. That's what I'm saying. Someone's gonna be liable because they forced you to do it, right? So.
Well.
And
that's-
hold on,
did they
and
force
that's,
you, or did you accept? it?
yeah, did you say, because in order to be hired overtime, the chief officer calls, Joaquin, you wanna work overtime doing this? No, Joaquin says, yeah, I'll do that, right? But Joaquin doesn't know, right? So, and that's not gonna be a defense, right? Well, I didn't know, right? But we don't wanna put the department in that predicament, right? We don't want the department to be able to call the firefighter and just over the phone, have him agree to doing something completely outside the scope of what he should be doing.
And I don't think that removing, well, first off, I think that we're reading a little too much into 8.2.
Okay.
I think this is just addressing that you are contractually guaranteed overtime for these special duties, right? Yeah, they may not correspond. It has nothing really to do with liability. It's just, this is what you are guaranteed. So let's say a firefighter accepts a special duty, even though it may fall outside. And let's just say, hypothetically speaking, a officer gives an order for a fireman to do something that may be outside the scope. Well, you take that out, now you've taken that overtime, that guaranteed time and a half out of the hands of that firefighter when you remove this language. It doesn't mean that they have the ability to say no or yes, because you may have an officer that's going to say yes to everything, right? All you're doing is removing those wages.
Well, then,
And
can we add wording that,
I think it's another article. I mean, if you're thinking that just removing 8.2.
We'll remove it. It's not a problem.
Okay.
Yeah. But what you're.
no, but Joaquin brought a good point, so it's fine. We can leave it, but will we,
We're wanting to give you something, but if you don't want it,
Yeah.
don't worry about
Yeah,
it.
we're willing to waive it, but just
we're trying to resolve it.
just,
I mean,
to finish the discussion.
we're wasting your time. I
No,
apologize.
you're not wasting
I just, we're just trying, we're trying to remove. We're trying to address the bigger issue
Yeah.
than the firefighter getting paid time and a half, because
But not here.
under the, from what you're saying. Under the overtime policy, they'll get paid time and a half anyway.
Yeah.
Whether it's a duty or not duty, if it's off shift.
Yeah.
If we're gonna be ordered on shift, the removing it still doesn't address the issue. So we can remove it, leave it in, we're still asking, are we going to address that issue with the liability, right? You know what, leave it in. Are we still going to address the issue of liability? Are we gonna discuss that sooner or later? Yes, okay, then we'll move on, that's fine, we'll leave it. We'll leave it.
But just to finish the conversation. You want to address it in the contract or outside the contract? It's to,
The liability?
Yeah.
Well, we have some articles that we've
Yeah,
introduced
okay.
wording, so
Yeah, well-
I guess we can address it there.
address it
If
there.
this is just, the monetary side, this has nothing to do with accepting or waiving any liability, and if everyone's on, in agreement with that, and we're on the record basically saying. Those, waiving or any issue with liability will be addressed somewhere else in the contract, and this is not, we all are in agreement, this doesn't contradict, and that's fine.
What I'm saying, just to answer your scenario, your hypothetical, there's no assumption of the risk anymore in Texas, right? So you can't say, hey, I'm falling, so I accept all risk. If anything, it'd be comparable risk, comparable risk, negligence, right? So if your supervisor is 51% more liable, negligent than you, then everything will be covered. That's the idea. But I just don't want you all to think, hey, I follow his order and I'm accepting all risks. That's never gonna be the case. That's.
No,
that's the law.
and then,
Yeah.
that, we're not,
Yeah.
there's no absolute,
But-
we understand,
But
just,
that should come with training and all. You mentioned the army,
right.
we have the training with code of conduct, when should you,
Right, and
abide by
that's
something,
what
should not.
we-
So you know what's, black and white if possible, what's the gray area? Yeah.
And that's exactly
Yeah.
what under these other articles we've brought
Yeah.
up.
Mhm.
So that. And I give you the example right now, what would our department or city train the firefighter on in this scenario? There's nothing that the fire department or the city has to train. I'm in full agreement. I think we should.
Mhm.
We should come up with the terms, what the subject is gonna cover and all the material to train our firefighters. I agree. Are we good? We can send off on 8.2 with the city's proposal, right?
Article 11?
Mhm.
Article 11, that should be the. Yeah. That should be the end of this packet, Article 11.
11? Okay.
Okay. So for Article 11, we just added in just some language here. So on 11.2, it is the responsibility of management to provide proper training of employees and the safest and most appropriate possible equipment. Okay. 11.3, it is the responsibility of the employee to perform his or her duties in the safest possible manner. In order to prevent accidents, the employee must report any unsafe equipment or conditions to the immediate supervisor, who shall in turn bring it to the attention of the district chief and the fire chief. The fire chief shall begin to correct any unsafe conditions. There's a typo there on unsafe conditions. We will fix that within 10 business days from receiving the report. I know that your original proposal
Five.
was, I
Five.
think it was 5 days. So we just doubled the amount of time and we just put in that language to begin to act, because there are some problems that can't be easily corrected. But we just, what this language is saying is that the chief is under a contractual obligation to at least begin the process to address these safety concerns. And that he has 10 days from, I believe it's, yeah, shall begin to act within 10 days of receiving the report. So once he receives a report, there's a clock ticking, it's 10 days, 10
And,
business days.
I guess, and I think that's fine. I just could, we maybe add something that, and it would be addressed, within a. Sorry, in essence, it's not unreasonable, right?
What do you mean?
Just so that, I think we're fine with the fire chief shall begin to act within 10 business days from receiving the report, but maybe add another sentence of saying that the issue will be completely addressed within, or something that's not unreasonable or within a reasonable time. So that we can kind of gauge, look, normally it takes 3 weeks for this item to come in, if there's no real good reason for it to take 1 year. and-
As long as there's the progress.
Right.
Yeah.
That's the
And
progress.
as long as it's reasonable, under this scenario, COVID, there was delays,
Yeah.
it's gonna be reasonable that there's delays, but past COVID, those time constraints or time limits should not be the same as during COVID, right?
So
So just something so we can gauge so what's reasonable for the time.
So for instance, let's say you have a vehicle in your fleet that you deem to be unsafe, you know, and every, I believe chief or captain has the authority to put something out of service, right? Does that usually works?
Higher, maybe the command staff. has
The
that-
command
that-
staff, the
that
command staff.
ability, But not the captain.
So, I mean, I guess to resolve that issue, we need a new truck, right? That would be
Or if
one
it's
of the
gonna be
issues.
repaired, right?
Or if it's gonna be repaired, well, a lot of times you have repair shops that take a long time.
Right.
It's taking about I think we're waiting for a few more engines or a few more trucks that are taking a year.
Right.
It takes a while. So to say reasonable, I just think it's a little too much of a constraint on I guess trying to fix these issues.
About how, and I haven't talked to you, but how about where updates will be provided to the union president on regular scheduled meetings or whatever? So that, you all know what's going on.
Mhm.
Well, I guess if you can find out more on why
That,
maybe it should be addressed reasonably within a reasonable time frame. Be too big of a constraint.
May I ask this? I'm just looking at it from a different perspective. I think what may possibly address this is because you're saying reasonably, but how about the chief will act without undue delay? And that's the opposite side. He's not going to unduly delay it. So the reasonableness may be short or long because of COVID, but
Right.
the chief is not going to, say, hey, I'm not going to do it because I want to save money or something like that.
And undue delay would be defined as.
We can define it, that.
Well,
Same thing as
we
reasonable.
Going out for a bond and then do delays.
What am I asking? Like,
You see what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah, but
look, it's reasonable that we gotta figure out a way to pay for this fire truck, but we're gonna go out for a bond for it, and that's gonna take 6, 8 months to go out for a bond before we can even place an order that's on a truck that's 2 years backward.
No, but wait, on those type of situations, the city manager always makes decisions to put it on the agenda with a reimbursement resolution, so the bond can take 6 months, because it really could procedurally, but we have always taken it to council before, so it gets ordered before we even sell the bond through other financial mechanisms. That's not even an issue, because.
Well, the issue is, and there's gonna be, and then we.
A lot of scenarios.
Right, a lot of scenarios, and to not get into that, but just something that maybe we can word that says. There won't be, you said like,
Yeah.
and the delay,
Yeah.
you just, kind of what is gonna be our understanding, what are we gonna define under delay as, right?
So we can define as best we can, and then if somehow you say, I think that's, it's disingenuous, then we take it to grievance and, we
Right, and
arbitrate
it
or whatever.
would be,
yeah.
and that's kind of where we have a scope of what the
Yeah.
delay is.
And then I had another, okay, go ahead.
But-
One issue on going back to the progress being done. It can be claimed, an unsafe unit is gonna be replaced, it's 2 years out, hey, the resolution is already the unit being bought,
Mhm.
but you're still being ordered to be on that specific unit. The
That's different story.
progress that we're worried about is that unit you're still being ordered to be on is not being put out of service. There's no lease program that's being looked at to replace a unit while the next one comes in, or because some of our reserve units that are being brought into service are well over 20 years old. They're well
And-
beyond the life of
So-
others.
And
What you're
Charlie hit it right there, mentioning. We're not trying to tell the city or the fire chief on what he should be doing, it's just, we want to make it of, hey, this is unsafe.
So you're
and it
saying that
shouldn't be
you've done
used.
this before, you've gotten into vehicles that are unsafe for you?
Yes.
You have,
Yes, I've been driving one. And I will say the vehicle has been fixed as of week and a half ago. But that vehicle, 18, 17, 18, 19-year-old vehicle, would not go over 20 miles an hour to go to the call. Notified supervisor, supervisor went up the chain, came back down, keep driving the vehicle. Unsafe on the motorway. Wouldn't pump at the capacity it was supposed to pump at. They knew what the problem was. They had no reserves. What do we do? Right now, we have 6 trucks out. We have 6 frontline units out right now. 1/3 of our frontline engines and aerial trucks and crash truck are out of service.
And then that is completely up to management to resolve, right, and up to the city, and we have no issue with, however, the fire chief or the city is gonna decide how to resolve it. The issue is, should we be using this vehicle or this fire truck, the fire truck where I'm at? They try to make some fixes, but it doesn't hold any water. Within a minute or two, it basically spills all its water, so.
no mechanism, I'm asking,
No.
I don't know.
Agreed.
No mechanism that you report an unsafe, whatever it is, a piece of equipment and not use it?
No.
You have no,
And what you
Right.
mentioned that a captain can take you out of service, no, we cannot. As a captain, I cannot say we're not using that fire truck today. If anything, in the past, the directive we've gotten is, and wherever it came from, was use it till you break it. And it's like, yeah, but that, we shouldn't be using it, right?
Tires or brakes are one example. Like if I call, like, if I put it on our daily checkers, we check our equipment every day. And we put on their pumps leaking water. Okay, it's acknowledged, they know about it, but it's not something that's fixed, it's not an emergency. What we've always been told is, if you have a tire brake issue, call the chief, we'll get it taken care of. Those get taken care of immediately. There's issues that are beyond that are still extremely safety oriented, that we don't have that same mechanism. We don't feel the same way. And when we report it, we're told, continue doing this or switch out units. Well, we're to the point, we don't have any more units.
Yeah, there's no.
We're our frontline units out, we're in a reserve, and there's no more reserves. Keep driving it, we're aware of the problem. Okay, so we're aware that the truck only goes 20 miles an hour. That issue has been resolved. It was a part that had to be ordered, took weeks to get in, but that truck had that problem for months. So that's one example. Well, that truck also wouldn't pump at the right pressures because of the same problem. The motor is what runs the pump. If the motor can't drive faster than 20 miles an hour, that same motor can't pump correctly. So we're told, go to the calls as manpower, don't use as a frontline pumper.
Right.
Don't get to the call and use it as the fire truck that's gonna put out the fire.
Well, and
That
there's
is-
tons of examples of the gauges on our pumps, you know, like, how can I accurately calculate water pressure, what I'm supposed to need at a fire, and but none of the gauges work, right? And there's no mechanism other than following agreements, but
Well, by all means, send it in chain, but as far as what you're
Yeah,
asking here, I think that may be the
yeah, and I think,
language you're looking.
I don't think that we don't, we're fine with the language that's introduced, we just want to add
I think,
without undue delay.
Okay.
Or
Okay.
are we proposing time?
You're saying to have it completed, right?
Right,
Yeah.
right.
Yeah.
So just be, hey, I call the individual who's gonna ship the tire,
Mhm.
but then
But if,
no follow-up or
are we okay with 10 days from receiving the report?
to begin to act, yeah, because we had put a 5 business, our proposal was 5, they went with 10.
okay, so go ahead, okay.
No, and, well, to start, and we went with 5. And then, again, we'll discuss it, but
Meet in the middle, you said.
I guess it is a pretty big time frame as far as you give the report and I don't have to do anything for 10 days. The 9th day I can.
We were getting 5 as some leeway, but I mean, 10 days. It's 2 weeks to start trying to address it. People start trying to address it. That's what we're talking about here. We're not talking about fixing it. We're talking about just bring it to the shop, figure out what the part is and order it. 10 days. Keep the unit going for 10 days like that. That's a long time.
But the firefighter, whoever the captain, whoever it is, has a right to do it before 10 days. It's not up to.
to
the chief.
report it.
Yeah, well,
That's
yeah,
all we
but
do.
it's gonna be up to the line, like whoever is working it. To make sure that it gets done,
Right.
To make sure
you
you,
report the day of.
to make sure what gets done.
or reporting this unsafe or whatever it is.
Yeah, so that's, the question is that the fire chief will take action to correct it. So we're talking about that, we had
Well,
proposed.
they
that
take
he'll
it into the shop, right, the mechanic works on it, but if there's nothing happening within the chief, someone has to talk to the chief and say, hey, what's going on?
Well, yeah, but then,
Like, he doesn't wait 10 days, like, if something's already happening is my point. Something should already be happening. He
Right,
he
and
does
so-
something after 10 days, like if something, if there's a big part that's missing, whatever.
yes, but a lot of times what happens is. Point well taken, they'll tell you, point taken, mechanics are aware. We don't have any other trucks, keep using it. Right, so it's just, okay, but. Nothing is done. Or, you mentioned the report given, yeah, that would even be great, that the immediate supervisor knows, oh, yeah, they ordered this, right? A lot of it's just having communication, so that the crews know it's been addressed, but what do you want? It takes 6 months for that part to come in. But, and I think that puts the firefighters at ease, not that it resolves the issue, but at least that open line of communication does help. So we're just trying to make sure that the issues are handled within.
Yeah, I mean, because the way y'all added begin to act, it's saying we don't have to begin to act for 10 days.
Yeah.
That's our concern, 10 days, 10 business days is the long, it's 2 weeks to begin to, okay, now I'm gonna order the part.
Well, this is, I believe that this is just saying that they can't go beyond that, but the chief, I mean, and again, guys, you guys are talking about a whole laundry list of problems.
Sure.
Yeah.
Safety issues, right? And you all have been saying there's a lot of safety issues. Well, if they all have to be addressed, they're going to be addressed in due course, right? So all it is just giving some time to address everything as it comes in. That's all it is. And if it's the sole problem of the day, then the chief can act in 1 day or 2 days.
Well, but so a compartment tool, the compartment tool's door is not there. It broke. They can take it off and put those tools somewhere else. That's not a safety issue, right? We're talking about more safety on the roadway, actually responding to a working fire where your pump doesn't work. You can't hold any water. You can't dip pressures up to where you need them just so the firefighter can protect themselves. Those are the safety that we're talking about, not it leaks a little bit of oil.
No, I understand that, but I think that the biggest thing is you need more money for trucks.
That's
No,
out of my.
I know, I understand that. I understand that, but I think that like this is a symptom of a
Right, a bigger problem.
of a bigger problem, and it's not that command staff can't just make new trucks appear, make parts appear.
Right.
So I mean, this amount of days isn't unreasonable concerning that the large issues that you're bringing up. You
Right.
know what I mean? Because even if they call that day, it's gonna take 6 months for that part to come in. Now you're arguing about 6 months and 9 days.
Right.
You know, and that's what I'm trying to say. But I mean, if you have a heartburn on the 10 days,
What about getting, before the signing of the contract, we get a policy in place that would give the authority to the officers to take units out of service for specific reason
That's that.
also.
that would be something that has to do with the management.
Can we get a policy for the signing of the contract? That would give us the authority to take units out of service for specific reasons, like not meeting operating road speeds.
I think that should be there.
Tires, brakes.
That's why I was asking the questions, like, you mean you don't have a safety procedure for it?
Yeah.
You
Yeah.
should,
I agree.
you should.
And we brought that up in the past, and so I think there was an agreement to bring something up, but it was just never.
We have a recommendation. Hold on.
How about this, take out begin to act, say the fire chief shall assess and devise a plan to correct any unsafe conditions within 7 business days.
Very much on that.
Yeah.
Can you say it one more time?
Shall assess and devise a plan to correct any unsafe conditions within 7 days.
Would that be a written plan? I mean, something that we can pass on to the different shifts that know, that way they're aware of what's going
Well,
on, an email.
An email.
Yeah, just get something in writing so that,
Text message.
Okay.
so that what it is, just as long as it's something that.
It's communicated, yeah,
Yeah. communicate.
as opposed to say, hey, we
And
got.
and I think
it.
that's what happened. that
Yeah.
There's so many issues happening, you just said that.
How's that?
Shall assess and devise a plan to correct.
A written,
Put it in,
a written, form of communication, a written, it doesn't have to be formal.
Right, it doesn't have to be a memo, it
Email.
can be an email.
Yeah.
Just something to the station officers so they're aware of what's going on.
because us on the line, we have no idea, like, we take the truck to the shop. Mechanic says, "Oh, okay, I know what's wrong with it, go ahead and keep using it for now." But we have no idea, are they gonna fix it or not? Like, I can tell you, one of our fire trucks, the speedometer didn't work. We have no idea what time to fix it or not.
Written, formal or informal, just
Awesome.
to be able to find it, as long as.
Generators, you know, we have trucks that the generators don't work. The generator is important when you go to calls at night. You have no lighting at the scene. Becomes an issue. And they've had generators out for years.
Okay. Okay, like the fire chief shall assess and devise a written plan, comma, either formal or informal, comma, to correct the unsafe conditions within 7 days.
7 business days.
Business.
Yeah, can we put one out just so you get it and just double check it?
Oh, you wanna finish up 11.5 before we?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think,
Yeah, and there's no TA until you see it. We just.
Of course,
yeah, but I mean, so we.
Yeah, of course, yeah, definitely.
11.5, I think you just added administrative. On the Indeed. Put on administrative. From the initial proposal.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that may have been.
the original one just said if the employee was put on leave without pay.
Yeah. it's like- Yeah, it would just be leave without pay. We can take out administrative.
Oh, no, that's, I just, because normally had it in the right, I just asking.
You know, that.
That's just because I'm just reading for the first time, to be honest, and I just want to make sure it's not ambiguous as far as someone else reading down the road, but so. If the firefighters on leave without pay and then they comply with like drug testing and things going forward, you're saying that they get reimbursed back or just for that before
Right,
they?
so
they get-
nothing is being done, if the article allows, I think it was fire chief also that on it to table or I don't know when it was, it doesn't matter. Pretty much I can put you on administrative leave because we have a suspicion or whatever it may be.
Mhm.
But if you come out clean and you comply with it, then you should be reimbursed for it.
This falls under the random drug testing policy under
Well,
reasonable.
it's, I don't think
suspicion.
anyone's ever been put on.
You have two officers that
No,
Just
for
say,
our
hey,
regular
look, I
boards, I
think
know.
this guy's on some, so
Yeah,
they put him on
I think,
administrative leave.
Just say, just
Yeah.
in case, the contract kind of allows.
They'll take drug tests,
So to.
they get the results back,
First,
you're clean.
just in case it ever happens,
reimburse the guy.
just to reimburse him.
Yeah, and if he's positive for whatever it may be, then that's gonna, whatever.
And that's fine, and I think that there has to be, because the other. I think what the union was looking last time was like, no, don't, it can't be leave without pay, it should just be
Oh, okay,
leave.
so there's-
You're gonna be at the station while you're waiting for your drug results and you're being paid. The problem is if it's positive, you can't take that pay away.
Right.
So it's leave without pay. They comply with wellness, they take the drug test, they come up, they get
Right.
reimbursed for those, for that time.
Okay, and that's where again, as outside, I was reading, if it's compliance, you mean like clearance, would that be better? Because compliance, it sounds like, hey, I go to counseling or something, and all of a sudden,
Right.
can we, so you're talking about clearance?
Yeah,
Can we say clearance then? Or-
From testing facility or testing?
Just this, instead of compliance, but clearance.
upon clearance of.
Clearance with the city of Laredo.
They're transparent.
It's just clear as opposed to
What's
compliance.
what's the language that the policy uses?
I don't have the policy.
Everything just mirror the language
yeah,
from the policy,
yeah,
whatever
yeah.
word.
Yeah, just to not be ambiguous, because I went, if I say, hey, I complied, I showed up.
Yeah.
That's all.
I went and gave them my.
Yeah. Because I now I understand what you guys are saying. Yeah. Just trying to be clear.
Yeah, it's Article 41.
What does it state when you pass? What's the wording you? Huh?
Survive.
Well, no, I mean, I'm sure there's wording that gives you the, like, as long as it's clearance, compliance, whatever word is there, we just.
Or you say on non-positive test or something?
What's the word that says that if you do test positive? Cause basically what we're saying here is. if
Positive
you're-
drug test results as will be defined for alcohol as a breath alcohol concentration of 0.02
So negative drug test
Grand.
result,
and above is considered
opposite
positive.
word, yeah.
Yeah,
Positive.
that's what I mean. Negative or non-positive, you want to say it, then try to say.
Yeah.
Okay, is that okay?
Yeah, I mean, the intent is just if in case you were put on leave without pay.
I got you. Just that when I read it, I wasn't sure where we're going, but now I just want other people to read it, be clear.
Oscar, where were you going with compliance? Nothing.
Drop it on the.
So, and then get a water. Does anyone need
Non-positive
water?
test results. Like non-dash positive test result, because I tried to language. Okay.
Yeah, no, that's not.
Yeah, and.
Yeah.
After submitting,
That's the last one, yeah.
after submission.
So we'll print
Sample.
these out and then we review real quick and see.
Yeah, so just so we're clear, this would be non-positive test results as per the city's testing, right? Because the way it reads right now, and Amber brought up a good point, well, I brought my own non-positive
Oh,
test
yeah.
result.
We have a city's drug and alcohol policy.
Okay,
Or with the CBA, because it's in the CBA.
okay, as per the collective bargaining agreement
Or Article 42.
or as per Article 41,
Yeah, because it spells it out there. So that way we.
That's.
or Article 41, okay, awesome.
Thank you guys. Just to be clear, down the road, someone else reads it.
Okay, so we'll print them out. So I guess we'll take a short, 15 minute caucus so we can print everything out. And then we give them to you and then I'll look them over and if you want to TA, we can TA.
Yeah, that's those three, right?
Yes, just those three.
Okay.
Take a short break. Okay, so it's 11:05. We just got back from caucus. Now, before y'all for your consideration is Article 6, Article 8, and Article 11. So this will be the official one that we TA. The copy that you have has a comma out of place. So we just want him.
111.
Yeah, on 11.
Okay.
So on 11.3, it says comma or designee. We just removed that comma on the official document that Mr. Gonzalez has. Okay, that's the only change. And just
What section are you talking about? What,
11.3
then the comma that you're removing is what?
is the one that's after the fire chief. So it just says the fire chief or designee shall assess and devise a written plan. Now, just for the record, so this duty that is being placed on the chief or the designee to assess and devise a plan only comes when the employee, under the employee's duty to report any unsafe working conditions. Are we in agreement with that?
Right, and then so would there be, so we do a daily checklist, and it's normally in there, would you want something to be added to that checklist to signal or, right, normally it'll be, this doesn't work, that doesn't work, everything is checked on, is that sufficient?
That's
The
sufficient
daily
because-
check-
Because it's done, it's going up the chain.
Yes.
Secondly, on that, part of that is, or what you mentioned. So our checklist, we normally don't do it, it's rarely done, after use checklist. So if something were to break, or something were to happen at a major incident, or as long as we follow over the after use checklist, we're good with that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
If anything, it'd be refined by policy as opposed to the CBA, is what I'm saying.
What was that?
It'd be refined by policy as opposed to CBA as far as like making it work.
Right, right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just said, we already report on the things, it's just, is that sufficient, or should we? This is how.
Now, I mean, in the case of policy, that policy has to come out and be specified before the signing of this contract. We will state earlier because technically that any type of policy is it being reported in a timely manner, being put out of service, things like that. It's not specific right now. So like I say, with that policy that would be talked about, you have to come up before signing this contract.
Actually, I saw something on Article 11. I don't know if you want to read that.
Yeah, that's what we was talking about.
That's what we're talking about.
1.3, right? That it's in the CBA, and we're saying there's that checklist now, right?
Mhm.
And
It's already there.
that's what's being applied, right? So it's not like we don't have anything, but if we need to refine it, it should
They
be
can just refine
refined.
that check.
Yeah.
If they wanna
We just
add,
continue to
I
refine
think,
it.
I think what was referenced earlier that we were talking about, this is the checklist.
Mhm.
That's already in place,
Okay,
but what we were talking about was like written policy on when to put a unit out of service. That's what we're referencing, that was not. What we were requesting prior to the signing of the contract, that way it.
oh, that's what Charlie's mentioning, no, but what Joaquin and Donor are mentioning is. That the chief will take action when we report it, so I'm just saying, yeah, but that's separate than. what-
That's separate from what we're talking about.
So I don't know, do you want a clarification on that? Is there gonna be a policy or what is the question?
No, if there is gonna be a policy.
Are we gonna, a policy on who the immediate supervisor, the captain can take it out of service?
Or at least how to meet the threshold, either the captain, the superior officer, or administration, and what time frame beyond that.
So that would be,
I'm saying like, there's no,
we would report. And then it's up to administration if they wanna allow us to completely take a unit out of service. Or is our stance gonna be, we want the ability to completely take a unit out of service?
That's, I think, what we're headed towards.
Okay, yeah, because it's different than what we're signing off on. That's what
Yeah.
I mentioned, so
Yeah.
that's,
Well, and I think there's a difference between. the unit needs to be repaired,
Well, it says the district
for
chief
example,
shall be responsible for
a gauge is out, an oil leak, whatever.
It's a district chief.
There's a difference between that and the truck is not operable or safe to drive,
Okay.
okay? If it's not safe to drive and we say, we're gonna give you 7 days to find a solution to the problem, well, for 7 days, we're driving an unsafe vehicle. For seven, like, I'll give you an example. If the brakes were out on the truck and we report it, do we give you 7 days to fix it? We keep going to calls with no brakes?
So it should be the district chief.
And like I said, I've been told by your command staff that officers have the authority to take a unit out of,
unit?
a unit out of service if it's unsafe.
Should have never told me that.
Never-
Seriously, no,
Well, it talks about the district chief here.
This
Yeah.
is, I've never,
Because I mean-
I've never, I mean, I guess if we can't move it, but. And I. The water bill would be because there's a water hose on it, turned on 24/7, trying to keep water in the tank. So I was like, I wonder what that water bill would be if someone did that at their home. But you're saying I had the ability to say we're completely taking the
Not
truck
him, the
out of
district
service?
chief.
It would be the district chief.
They can say, then that's what I think they're.
Yeah, well,
They're saying like, I can't say we're not gonna use it. The district chief would, but I don't,
so like in our.
I've never been
A
told.
truck that was
completely
only capable of going 20 miles an hour. Correspond on the highways. I'm on the road with cars that are doing 85 miles an hour. Not legally, but that's how fast they're going. So my question is when I called in and reported it, I was told, keep driving it to calls by a district chief. So do I have the authority to override that and take it out of service? My
And no,
question.
that's what Ms. Downing said, that it's the district chief's call, so.
I mean, you don't, you follow chain of command, you're paramilitary, you can't, right?
Well-
So you go to the chief, chief, I'm sure you have policies where if the district chief does not. We're not telling you.
So
not to
we
follow
continue
this.
using the vehicle.
Yeah, but now we have this policy that chief's gonna assess and.
I
So
understand.
that-
It's supposed to be 7 days
You're
on
not
the
going- You're not
Well,
going to
and-
wait.
Yeah.
Right away,
Yeah,
you're not gonna wait, you're gonna call the next person till you
Yeah.
get your answer.
And so my question on our side is. We will report and we will grieve.
Yeah.
Is the association stance, is we want to request more?
What I had brought up was a policy on when is a truck non-operable. And this is why I'm saying this. This is the reason. It's not an unlawful order until I have a way, something that says no. There's no brakes, and you tell me to drive the truck with no brakes. And I disobey, I'm written up. Am I?
It's not gonna hold up.
It's not gonna hold
So it's
back.
not-
I didn't say it's gonna hold up. That's what I'd be written up for. We've
That
had guys,
has happened, Randall. That has not happened.
hold on.
Don't-
We've had guys written up for not making up their bed under disobeyed or direct order. So stranger things have happened. Okay, I'm just telling you, stranger things have happened. My point is, if we have something in writing that says, if the truck's brakes don't work, if these things, you take it out of service.
Well,
Then-
and that's what, I guess
It
you mentioned,
justifies
I think that
unlawful.
we would be coming up with, or is it a policy or?
I think that's a policy because,
I agree.
when it's 20 miles an hour, 30 miles an hour, breaks halfway, 75%, by all means, those are real issues that need to be addressed.
Sure.
But I think it's outside of the CBA, so.
Well,
A lot more things than just the trucks, you have something, that may take, longer to assess, but generally, come on, no one's gonna just sit on it for 7 days. They're gonna try to move on it, we just give them up to 7 days to assess and give you a written plan, that's all.
I understand everything you're saying.
But-
I'm saying, are there circumstances that 7 days while you're notified
Mhm.
that truck will be out of service? No truck.
But
being
because
driven-
it's a specific thing, it's a truck, I think that has to go into a separate policy, because this is more of just a general, whatever health and safety issue. issue, that's all I'm saying, you need to have a plan to keep everyone safe. And you wanna move fast, you're not gonna sit for 6
I
days.
agree. All I'm saying is,
Yeah.
there should be
Yeah.
go, no goes.
And I-
We don't have that in writing.
It is
This,
41.
Rosario said,
Yeah.
said that was kind of strange that we don't have a policy.
You have it in
Yeah.
Article 7. You do have it in Article 7.
What is
There is
that?
a procedure. There is a procedure. Training of, is it there?
Was 8.
Um.
But then at
There is
first the
this.
bunker gear as well. Yeah, so I mean, this is more general. I believe what you're saying deals with a policy. We'll talk to the chief at the next break and see what we can do with it. I think that's a legitimate concern, but I don't think it's addressed here. It's addressed in a policy that we can iterate, right? Make changes as we go, as opposed to once every 4.
This possible manner. In order to prevent accidents, the employee must report any unsafe equipment or conditions to the immediate supervisor, who shall in turn bring it to the attention of the district chief and fire chief. The fire chief shall take action, blah, blah, blah.
Yes.
Put in his trash, the military has it, like if this or this happens, the unit stops right there,
Yeah.
it's no longer moved. That's what we don't.
Yeah.
Well, can we put something like, Article 17.5 in then? Or basically we're referencing this matter, that the fire chief agrees to work with the union president in order to develop fair and equitable policy. This is for scheduling personnel needs for overtime, but that would be,
Yeah. Basically, a similar thing for.
yeah, basically take the first part of that sentence and just say, so this way it's it's a working document. It continues to be modified or things change and it's not tied by the CBA other than will be. And that way,
That's where we're falling right now. We have officers that know the problems and being told to continue with the same problems.
then the fire chief can hash it out on whether that unit should be working or not, whatever they're gonna base it on.
Maybe, so let me go ask the chief about that one, but either way, I believe that it should be a policy in place.
Right.
So,
If the chief's okay with it, that would be under what? You wanna,
Yeah,
you wanna ask him before we see it or?
on a different article?
Yeah.
A different article?
I'm sure they will.
Maybe a
No,
different article?
within that, just a
In
little
11?
sentence,
Okay.
a sentence like the one.
Okay.
17.
And that way they have to worry about the,
No, it doesn't have to.
right, you with that?
Do you wanna? You wanna go to Article 6 and possible TA? That way we can keep working while this is going
I
on.
think 6 and 8, we're good to go.
6 and 8, we were good to go. Did you all have a chance to review the documents? I know they're stapled together, so
I reviewed them.
you reviewed them. Did everyone review it?
6, we're good. You want me to-
Okay. Alright, you wanna sign yours and then I'll sign that one?
yeah, he says he's good with it, we'll work it out. Yeah, we'll make it similar to that language that he's gonna work with you, we'll put it in the letter.
And while you're signing 6,
You good with 8?
on duty.
Yeah.
I look at it.
Yeah.
Fine.
That was before, because we started.
Yeah, exactly.
And then 8 after the same one, right?
Mhm.
Some copies.
I'll make copies of them. Yes, ma'am. And I have all the TAs here. Amber made it for me.
I like to.
The original has administrative rule there.
Yeah, we did.
Yeah, but on the original it has it.
No, I think that was,
I think it makes a
oh, I know what it was.
But then
You
you
took down,
you
you
wanna
took down the
sign
wrong
witness and-
administrative.
Oh,
I'll
sorry.
also put the justice you can sign off.
Yeah, so it was,
Okay.
Between you and
sorry, I got it right here.
No,
It was
Yeah,
here.
For the witness.
And then this is the one that I guess was gonna be taken out. I mean, we could just, if you wanna
I'll
add
fix
it, just add administrative,
yeah.
have administrative on both, so we're referencing the same leave, right?
Do you wanna have it on both?
Based on administrative leave, and then if the employee was put on administrative leave, yeah, just. So you
With
just put
administrative,
administrative,
Leave it on both.
we're
Okay,
talking about the same leave.
yeah, and I'm adding, language for, fair and equitable policy, so.
You have 17.4,
So sorry.
oh, you have it there?
Yeah, I have it.
Do we have the seal? Awesome. So I guess sign with witness and seal. There's two. There's gonna be two there.
That's me, right?
Yep.
Could be black. You know, Will. I don't know if Shirley's confident or as a witness. Just kidding. Shirley. It's a joke. It's a.
I know.
That's Joaquin gets the joke with us.
Always.
I can't joke with us.
So I'm a little guy. So we're just waiting on 11.
6 and 11, we're saying 11, and then we're doing the go from there.
Yeah, I know you all have. And then once you have finished your proposal, then we'll go into ours. Okay, just,
Oh, then you, oh, you're gonna go through, I thought we were gonna go through all of these.
I just don't have them printed out.
Okay.
That's the only thing.
Do you want me to print something?
When I can print them during. That way we don't waste any more time.
You got it.
A lot of red.
It's new one. You want an extra one or just before? Just the one?
I thought they were done, but they haven't.
Yeah, right.
Things to do, so this is the other written, in the back. Thank you.
Already got one?
No,
This is one copy or two?
No, that's the sign off, the TA.
So you're keeping the TAs.
Oh, next one.
Get, they already get the deal. Did you get
You're gonna get all the red?
I'm sorry?
The 11, no, that's it, no?
6 and 8? Did you get it? A copy for yourself? Or is there,
Oh, we're gonna give it to them.
we're gonna give it to them?
Yeah. Is this the one that's already signed?
Yeah.
Yes. Okay.
I didn't see it.
And then are you, yeah, they're gonna give us a copy,
I
right?
think the last time we
You
took
want a copy?
the
Six.
copies and they didn't keep any. That's what I'm saying.
No, I have.
Do you have the official ones? I know you
She,
keep.
she has the sealed ones.
I just, you just want a copy that we have the original, they have the original.
Yeah, one party needs to keep all the originals.
This is what we'll do. We'll keep all the originals and then we will make copies of whatever's been TA'd back before the end of the meeting.
And then again, their TAs, the ones with the final draft. Okay, so
Crumbling.
we're on 4, 8, and 11 have been TA, right?
Yes,
I mean, sorry, 6.
6, 8, and 11.
Let's say, and another.
Correct.
Haven't been TA'd yet.
11 hasn't been TA'd yet, you're right.
Oh, okay, yeah,
They were doing the
fix it, correction, and then we were gonna. Any reason the print is so small on mine? The ones we print out?
We are.
Who's anyone else? Anyone else could be the federal government.
Yeah, on this wait list, it's.
I don't like anyone else
Okay, so.
with the government.
But that would be for the police, right?
Like to me, like in the federal government comes in.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, it might be. Some circumstances, I'm just looking at, I mean, there might be other circumstances, I mean, we're not gonna like have a. I don't think a third party and.
Or the federal or the state comes in with an emergency.
Yeah, National Guard. or
Exactly.
something.
But it's not for, the last one is intent is, the article is not to hinder mutual trade agreements. Again, we go back under the government agreement, all we're asking for is it be in writing, we're not, it doesn't stop anything other than the advisory defense.
What I can think of is something that happened recently where they wanted to use our mobile command truck outside of city limits to drive it over there. Does that mean that we're gonna,
No, but see, those are, or not, basically.
Emergency situation.
this was
Is there, I'm saying, like, I don't think the city's ever gonna want to hire a third party private company.
Well, and we'll.
We're gonna have a black
we
water.
wanna,
So like,
well, maybe we do.
but
No, but
what's the spirit behind it? So we can, you know, make it happen.
so we can go through each one. that way.
I mean, 4.3, I think we're just bolstering what was before, right? I mean,
Right.
if we're gonna have these negotiations, you wanna be able to
Right.
tell us and advise us.
Just someone sit there to be like,
Yeah,
hey.
that's not,
make
I don't
sure-
think that's an issue, so.
And by all means, keep in mind that it could be a deputy chief, it could be the assistant fire chief, it could be association, if he's a union member and he sits in, right?
Yeah.
That's 4.3. So 4.4, for any authorized services. Department of Fire City Laredo within the corporate city limits, the Laredo Department will be the sole provider for said services. That is, from sentence by sentence. Other cities have done it, they revert one back to it, and all it is what we're looking at again. Our whole concept with this is the health and safety side. If there is another privatized company or someone else or an ESV or anything like that, because if it goes on to say the city will not contract with any governmental authority for the services provides. I'm sorry, we'll go back to that. So if in incorporated city limits, you won't contract with anyone to do the job, so the firefighters or the paramedics. If you're gonna contract with someone, again, or if you won't contract with someone to do that. In the event the city of Laredo annexes more land, then the city of Laredo Fire Department will be providing those services to that area.
So I guess.
Also enter the ETJ if we were to do that.
Yeah.
ETJ, I'm thinking of. Outside, but it's still, it would still be our bridge. It would still be our bridge. At one point,
But you would annex the road all the way over there, right?
no,
So then, it's just, the whole issue is, and again, and this is why the intergovernmental agreements, that's city property. But then would be responding within the interim, and that road, it comes up where. You're gonna send someone to a station or whatever, we won't do work. anyway. But this is more of, same thing that happened with the water system, that it was privatized. And then that wasn't done right, or you contract, the city says the contractor has to do it. And then we find out that it wasn't done, to the specifications of the city. This is more, within the city or incorporated city limits. There's gonna be these services, and we just want the fire department, the Laredo Fire Department to be able to provide those services. We've seen it in other cities where emergency service districts open up, or they'll privatize EMS, and they come back to. The fire department now within our own city has to deal with other entities to be able to provide those services.
so let me ask you something. I know that in the past council, for example, building inspection, the building, the fire code stuff that's happening at building. We understand, and I think it's very important to have a firefighter, like the marshal or, and employees there. With this conflict. Because in order to, you should say, hey, a trained civilian to go along with fire or to do the duties that a firefighter does in conjunction, never taking it away, but adding civilians to.
So now the fire department chose to, or the city and the fire department said, let's go ahead and have firefighters do that. It's within the city. Or they go coincide with what the firefighters, that division is doing. Then yeah, what,
Conflict in one of the other articles, because we were looking at it and we couldn't do it.
which one? And
Now I'll go back and
on
look.
4?
And
No, it's not
there's
on
another
that.
article.
No, on the,
Oh, this
on
one.
the putting civilians.
Yeah,
Okay, yeah, so, yeah, no, but the. So building inspections, or it's not building inspections, someone doing the paperwork, it's like if we increase the staff here, it's still housed under the fire department though. But this is basically that the fire department would not be removed from that task, right? So if. Arson is completely removed and we replace it with a private company, then we have an issue, right?
Mhm.
But if the fire department brings in 4 or 5 more civilians, and that's.
it doesn't reduce our staff.
And doesn't reduce our staff and the fire. Direct the mechanics. What we're saying is that you wouldn't privatize the entire section of it for services to the city.
And this is like all the civilians that we have to do.
So what if there's like a disaster and there is much more services required that goes beyond what the fire EMS is capable of? Would this,
There are agreements there that are already in place, right? So,
but those mutual agreements would be contract. The language here says we are not, the city won't even be able to contract with anyone.
no, so it's saying. Okay, so. Let's say a contract, the 4.3 is the one that we're talking about. If a contract is gonna be made, there'll be a representative.
Oh, yes, yeah,
Okay.
that for sure.
So
But
4.4, basically, it says that the,
the city will not contract with any government or private entity for
for the
services.
services that our fire department provides to the city within it.
So my question is, if there is some sort of natural disaster where there's a lot of people in need of care
But those are,
and it stretches beyond.
but
the
those are mutual
capacity.
aid agreements that, again, under the law
Yeah.
is already allowed. Those agreements are already formulated in order for a private ambulance company. Tell the fire department, if we need you in these mass emergencies, we're gonna call you in. If not, you can't do business here.
Those MOUs are contracts.
Right.
They are, so I think the language is too restrictive here.
And we can amend it. I mean,
So-
we can.
ESDs are like one of the big problems. I mean, this covers a lot of issues, but ESDs are a big problem. You have,
Can you say what that means?
Good job. The intent is you will not replace the Laredo Fire Department with a private company for those services.
Gotcha. Yeah.
If, yeah, so if the city
So
annexes,
It's more cost beneficial for the city to change the entire building
to
that we
change-
talked about.
change the entire building, what do you
The
mean?
Building
building
departments.
structure,
Right.
right.
yeah, but
But if it's more
you would
cost
keep, you would
beneficial
still
for
keep those FTEs, right?
We would keep it up
You would
to
assign them-
somewhere else,
Yeah,
right?
and so, and that one's different because I don't really. know. We've never really looked at the building department, who's there right now?
Yeah.
In my understanding, correct me if I'm wrong, is that
Yes, sir.
that firefighter was sent to go do building department stuff. Right. Fire department.
He's
the
inspecting
FTE
fire code. He's
Yeah,
inspecting
the
fire
FTC,
code.
but we're saying is that you would take our division and just say, we're just gonna privatize with, company X.
And the airport has looked at that area. And so what if it would be better? What if,
What is the-
two different directors, right, have looked at it and they've said, we have studies where it works more efficiently here. However, that more efficiently is, right? So why could they not? Why could the city not have
But
that,
to remove the firefighters.
not move them somewhere else and?
Oh, no, we're not talking about, Okay,
Yeah,
so you're talking about,
gas station.
you're
That
removing
Yeah,
firefighters from
it's not
having,
Not, we're not going there, right? We're not going there. But just to have a right is important to be able to say, City of McAllen has privatized their EMS. Why not?
right, and so that's what we're getting at.
As long
The
as.
city of Mission. The same thing, and then, like, yeah, maybe we should have never gone there. Other cities have gone to where we're gonna, this new place that we annex, we'll let the ESD handle it,
Right.
and then they find out. Yeah, that was a mistake.
Or maybe it wasn't because
well-
of McAllen works.
But, depends on who you
Well,
talk to in the county, right?
But
At-
but even not across the state that they're actually coming more backwards, especially in that case.
Require base EMS.
Because the liability that, or the response that they're getting.
Now, what other cities have done. And I think there's multiple cities, and we actually have data on that, and I think that's gonna be part of our. Both under the fire department, and they just solely hire paramedics and they solely hire fire, but the fire department still governs it, and the reasoning is. To create policy on how they interact, so when some of these cities in the Rio Grande Valley, what ends up happening is. Fire and EMS private, fire is municipal,
Mhm.
they don't communicate, they don't assist. There's many things in the response that is not rolled out, because it's just all on them. So maybe cost wise, it may be saving them a little bit, but actual service to the public and actual safety to the employees, and kind of everything that we've been talking about today. That's out the window, that is no longer there. We're looking at is not to stop you from annexing and then having some private business do it. What we're looking at is, we know that we're going to get called in there. And what we're saying is like, why have them to begin with? If we had our own personnel, if we had our own personnel that's
You're already
trained,
saying you won't be called in there, or you're not gonna respond to those calls. You're already telling us you won't.
Why?
I don't know.
Sure.
I heard
Well,
it.
that's all we're saying. We do want to make sure that if I have no issue going to Rio Bravo to go help someone or put out a fire. You died of cancer, so your family, a ver cómo lo hacen. That's the issue we have. We want to resolve it now so that it doesn't stop the response. Because we also know that every minute that we hold off on the response, it's going to make everything much more worse, right? What this is saying is that if we do grow, or the fact that we're going to be going in to pick up the basically any mess that's created, because we've seen this city after city that has gone that route, that some of them are coming back because it just wasn't worth it. If the service is going to suffer, and our city has done it. We bring up the water example. It was privatized. And then what did the city find out? We should have never done that. So we're just trying to avoid that. And we're not trying to control the city or the department or say yes or no. All we're saying is,
That's the point. That you're trying to control the wishes of council at that point. And those are the rights.
so,
If they want to look at something and try to see if there's more efficiency, more safer cost or safety, whatever the issue is, you're stopping that.
well, in that
process.
aspect, the entire collective bargaining agreement is stopping someone's whim or
They
idea
have
that
to
they come up with.
compensate. Let's try to see if we can privatize water again, for whatever reason. And
Right.
it's their
So,
right.
but because of the collective bargaining agreement, you're not. What we're saying is, we're already operating in 100% of the city. You grow by 1%. We don't want you to farm it out, because the other, what ends up happening, we're gonna have to go cover that anyway. Because of that private company doesn't respond, or whatever may happen. So it's like,
Example. County was told, we're not gonna provide services anymore unless you pay $6.5 million, right?
And they did
That was a budget. So they went by themselves, right? They're on. Vehicle accidents. Who still goes and picks up all the slack for them?
And we're charging for that, aren't we?
But that's fine, but our
But
people,
we're not doing it on an everyday basis so that we can stay with the
Exactly.
community.
of course, it's
It's
cheaper for them to never have to pay on a daily basis.
Right.
I would love to always pay the firefighters whenever there's a fire.
But, and look, and I think we're getting off track with.
That's not what I was-
The
that's not
county,
what I
the
was
county
saying.
is gonna do whatever the county wants to do. I think what we're saying is, within the incorporated city limits, if the city expands, that part won't be privatized.
So you're, I get you're saying that like in case.
About the city.
If things don't work out, so you're pretty much saying you want the right to be the.
The fire and
the
EMS
sole
for the city
monopoly.
It's not look, I'm not gonna get an extra $100,000 in my pocket if the city grows and they open a new fire station, right? I'm gonna be at my station, that's it. All we're saying is, if I have to go over there, I wanna make sure it's the people that we're training with and under the same policies, under the same rules. Whether good or bad or whatever we may feel about them. But it's how, it would be like saying, right, again, with the water, you know what, this area, we're just gonna give this to Nuevo Laredo or whoever, or company X to run the water for this neighborhood. To avoid the conflict, right?
Okay.
And honestly, because of emergency service districts, we've seen the issues that happen with emergency service districts across the state.
And I get what you're saying, that we are handcuffing city council, which is something that, you know, is done through CBA, but I'm. Have this in there and then
Okay.
5 years from now, the city said, hey, we can. So same thing here, if you want this, what are you willing to give us?
Negotiations,
I mean, I'm just throwing it out there, 'cause I'm saying that I think that's how this one will have to play out, because
Okay.
instead of saying, we want this in here, well, you want it in here, it benefits you by all means. So what do you want to do? And I'm leaving that, that's the only benefits, contribution of the day. I'm kidding.
we were wondering when the conversation was gonna come up for horse trading.
I mean, that's-
Start negotiation with it, right?
Yeah.
Yes. Got a point, we'll take
Yeah.
it. Okay, so, is there any questions on 4.4 on what else it does or clarification of it or?
But I appreciate you.
If there are any governmental dependency inside or outside of the limits, in the absence of an intergovernmental agreement or sole liability was contracted away with any other governmental or private entity, the city of Laredo is not absolved and is responsible for any and also liability that arises from the furnishing of said services. So under the where our services are gonna be provided, but you're gonna cover them.
Okay.
So we're saying, well. Even if you do have it, if we're supposed to have intergovernmental agreements. If you negotiate the liability away, in case something happens, you're not completely absolved, right? Again, we go back to the same thing. It probably cost effective not to cover liability on 100 firemen if you send them out and half of them die, right? But we want to make sure that they are covered. Made or when made, don't just completely remove the.
And there's just a couple ways of doing this, I just pointing it out. For our people, you don't want us to say, it's not, go talk to those guys, right?
Yeah,
That's
hey,
not cool.
we contracted you out
Yeah.
to whoever.
This is not the endpoint, I'm saying generally, that's the case, you would possibly sue us. And then we would say, it's not us, bring these other guys as the true defendants, you know, the third party
Right.
defense. Or you can possibly be asking for us. So, and something like just different ways. of
Very
going about it.
good point that you guys are making, and I want to know how it all plans out. Let's say those details during COVID that you all were going out to help the state.
Mhm.
What if you all would have had an accident?
You had an undergovernment agreement. There was an agreement.
But was it, I don't recall, because I have signed.
So
some
the
contracts. I
city had an
recall-
agreement. But
I
you-
recall-
Oh, and I haven't
I
seen
don't,
it,
I
but
don't
this
think
is.
that's a very
yeah.
good point that you're making,
Yeah.
because I don't,
But usually that's how it will play out is,
Right.
I mean.
And that- and that's-
the
and that's-
person, it's
and
not fair for you to say, tell me who to, you say, hey, city, you sent me out, so I'm saying you, and we say it's not just us responsible, for bringing 1, 2, 3.
And that's what we're getting at here is that. Family, go through whoever you need to, and it's just, for the role that's being asked, I don't see why we would. Want that to be the case, like, well, you might win it in court in 5 years, have at it, your husband's gone, or your wife is gone, or your dad or mom are dead, but. So maybe the union can help you, maybe someone can help you, right? Which now it limits you, right, because if it's civil liability or under certain. Who's gonna be the one, launching this battle. Where we go back to when it was the city of Laredo that sent those individuals out, right? And this is if. The theme of all of this is intergovernmental agreements, liability, our department covered, what is working with carbon to cover. You can see it, it's just, hey. Boils down to that.
We're gonna get, I'm getting a copy.
The agreement, but in order for the firefighters to go toward the state, there was an agreement made, right?
There was an agreement.
Yeah. The thing is, and that's the point. The statute allows. Liability to be negotiated away.
Okay, so. I'm trying to think this through, because I'm not taking, it may sound. If I'm just sitting here as the city side, I'd say I'm fine with it because it doesn't really have any teeth, guys, okay? Because you're just telling me, responsible civil liabilities, I'm only gonna be responsible for whatever civil liabilities that I'm responsible for, right? 15%, 50%, 100%, right?
You'll have a certain immunity,
But
right?
I think what you're. We would assist you in making sure that you're getting compensated. Sounds like that's more what you're asking for.
When you say that the city's not going to be liable. What do you mean, under what scenario? Under what scenario would the city not be liable for ordering the firefighters to go?
Because it'd be like comparative negligence, and we were liable for 10%, 50%, 100%, right? So as written, I think there's really no benefit.
And
that
again,
you're getting.
well, the benefit is the individual would be covered for whatever the city is supposed to be liable for, right?
But that's not what's written, that's all I'm saying, just so.
So what's written is not, the city would be.
Let me bring this back, is, are you asking for us to pay it all first and then go after, like a subrogation where we take, what we paid you and go after someone else? That's a totally different thing, that's a big ask, right? Or, you're asking for us to assist. Or what have you,
Right.
right? Because we have this agreement. And you don't want us to say, hey, go talk to someone else, it's not our problem. Which
The workers' comp, what we're asking.
yeah.
We understand.
Yeah.
That there's going to be a certain.
Yeah.
Number, right?
Yeah. There's a way out, and I
sorry.
don't think the book titles are-
I'm sure there's.
Can we dumb this down? Legal term.
Oh,
Yeah, you can.
So you're saying, if I understand this correctly, if y'all have an intergovernmental agreement.
Mhm.
With the county.
Mhm.
With anybody else,
Mhm.
and we go. And one of our guys loses life, gets hurt. There will be a determination what percentage of the city's fault it was and what percentage of the county's fault it was. And the county will be on the hook for that amount, and we would be on, the city would be on the.
There's,
Most likely, we're gonna, if we write it correctly, we'd say we're 0% at fault, go talk to the county, go talk to,
Remember when I said, this was our problem with going outside of the county or going into the
Yeah, I
county?
hear you,
This is exactly why,
right.
okay. Dude,
That would look bad,
we're
yeah.
trying to get it where.
Yeah.
We're city employees on city clock,
Yeah.
on city time, but the city wrote an intergovernmental contract
Mhm.
with somebody else. we should be covered under the city.
Okay.
It's what it should be. It's what I think all guys' impression was. I think that's even what was said at the table. I think that was said earlier at the table, like you said. That the impression is that we're city employees being told to do something by a city supervisor.
Mhm.
How
They say, we'll cover our guys, but you're gonna pay us back. We're gonna reimburse
Right,
us.
I
So let me-
understood-
let me
I understood
double
that
check
part
that.
of it.
Yeah, yeah.
What is that?
Is that's your intent? I don't think this language, goes that far. And I'm not putting it down or anything. I'm saying, let's just lock it in, that's all, right? So,
We're not
just
gonna-
that way, if we're actually gonna agree to something, then. I'm only gonna do, what I'm gonna do anyways. That's not cool. That's what I'm saying.
Well, we said yes.
I mean, this may be just a really weird question, but just so I can clear up in my head. What happens if, a firefighter goes out to a call and then in the city limits, they end up losing their life? What sort of liability are you talking about?
Okay, so
You want to say, hey, I got hurt on the job, I should be entitled to this benefit. But what liability are you referring to when you're talking
Well,
about the loss of life?
It's
Okay.
workers' comp covers that too.
Okay,
but I mean, there's other insurances as well, or the city provides insurance, and for example. They would be covered, or the governor, or whoever rolled out, they'll be covered, and there was still questions there, oh, no, they're not covered, right? Did they meet the timeline, did this? What we're saying is that, and that's within the city, right? There was still issues where the insurance companies are not gonna want to pay out, right?
But David, we're talking about a very different situation in that, because I remember it very correctly.
Okay.
And that particular individual, it's who we're talking about.
Well, there's two
out on leave.
individuals that both of them were questioned.
Well, because that's the
Different
job. Dot your i's, cross your t's,
Exactly,
for it to happen.
right. So here, for 4.5, the city can enter into an intergovernmental agreement with whoever and just say, you cover if anything happens to them. Someone there just to give you an advisory role. Okay, if we're gonna grow, then we wanna be the. Either way, it doesn't absolve you completely. And this is why you have. Your legal team, you're like, no, let's see how we can get out of it, right? Of course, I understand, right? Well, this is kind of what someone was mentioning, we're not covered, there's not, this doesn't cover that in the language. I completely understand the point, but. The idea is what we're trying to discuss is that, hey, if this happens, it should be our department responding within the city. And if it's outside, there should be an intergovernmental agreement, because now we know what's required there. Completely disagrees with it is one thing, or if what you're saying is, okay, maybe we can word something better, and that's what we're here for, right? We didn't intend, just like any other article, we didn't intend for like, oh, this is gonna be the language that we really want, and that's it, right? So,
Yeah.
the intent is just, in case this happens, we just wanna make sure. Now, we brought up the incidents in COVID, right, there was, right, and we can bring in, the what took place or anything like that, but at the end of the day, we just wanna make sure the firemen are.
Works is it's an insurance paid by the city for each individual one of us, right? Right, okay, so if y'all sign a contract with the county or any other outside governmental agent, intergovernmental agency. And absolve yourselves of liability. Hoping that they're going to cover us, they're not paying workman's comp for us. They
It's,
have no outside insurance for us.
it's gonna be, it. Want to switch workers' comp carriers.
That's my point is,
By job or something, yeah, so it's, that's what I'm saying, I don't see it, think of it, but I like to see it to make sure.
that I'm aware of that y'all have about.
I mean, it's public record, so.
Yeah, I know, that's, I just thought y'all would have faster access.
That'd be a good one for us. I haven't looked at it, to be honest, and let's see what it says and how it plays out. And if there's something that, you know, is a gap, maybe that's what we're talking about, is making sure that gap is filled.
Okay, so what are the, I guess. The cities.
Okay, so 4.4, I think that's more a horse trade. 4.5, I'm just saying, like, for instance, like, in the absence of a governmental contract. And I'm taking out the or for now, like, in the absence of a governmental contract, cities have absolved from responsibility. You know, for liabilities, but that's already the case. I mean, I'm not sure what it is that you're trying to get with that language. It seems like what you're trying to get is different what the language says, it's all, you know, so I'd like to clear up 4.5, maybe we work together, or you guys can come back.
Yeah, but so in the absence of which or the joint.
I'm saying, like, it's a, in the absence of an intergovernmental contract or civil liabilities contracted away, so those are two different situations, right? So
Right.
first, in the absence of any intergovernmental contract, city, you're still liable, like, yeah, that's already the case, so what is that you're asking?
Well,
in addition?
there's also further. What we're gonna spell out, so it would. The absence of intergovernmental agreements or contracts, those other areas would basically clear that, right? As far as or whether we can be ordered to go, right? That criteria there, and then this would be that. So, and that's why I bring it all up as one, right?
Well, let me just ask this, I mean, just make clear language, are you the city's are responsible for paying for all injuries, is that what you're really asking for?
Right,
Okay.
which is why.
And possibly, and then we say, well, civil liability means just whatever I'm liable for, then it's
Right.
like, then we go to grievance and.
Well, and so the language is basically mirroring the statute.
Yeah,
right,
yeah,
of
so-
what they-
So let's look at it and see
Okay.
what we can work on 4.5, but. Mm, 4.3 just further clarifies what you already were doing. And so 4.4, we need to see what the,
horse traders.
yeah.
Yeah.
And then I'm. What do you gonna give us? for it?
Right. We can be understand.
I'm a Houston, Texas fan, so. There's some bad trades.
And so, you know, as you're gonna work on it, 4.5, reality is. Our statute, there should be an intergovernmental agreement with. Right, everyone that we.
Okay,
we-
yeah.
We contract with.
And, but I think that but the statute. Pretty much gives us a roadmap of what these MOUs would require and
Right.
whether we're allowed to enter into these intergovernmental contracts, right? So in no way does the statute say that you have to contract, like governments have to make contracts for these things. But what I want to say is that it seems as though the impression is that in the absence of these contracts, the city is. If you're given a lawful order to go to Webb County, and it's a lawful order, and the function that you are serving is that of fire or EMS, you are able
Right.
on many occasions,
And that-
but
and
you
that-
want something,
And that's
but
what
you
we're
want it in
waiting,
writing.
we're waiting on.
Yeah, because what she's saying doesn't hold weight in court.
You mentioned, I'm sorry.
Intergovernmental agreements.
Yeah, but under intergovernmental agreements, you mentioned that,
They don't have to be.
sorry, lawful order.
Yeah.
So what we're waiting for is what is a lawful order and what isn't a lawful order, right? That's part of
Yes.
the language we're
That's
waiting.
part of the language that we're waiting
So,
for, yes.
yeah, to a big degree, we agree that if then the officer gives that kind of directive and then you're still covered, right? And that's where workers' comp comes in, oh, you weren't doing the duty, you weren't supposed to be doing that. So it's not just all in just one clause, we're looking at the different aspects. To this part, and then we get to whether there's a contract or not, right? So there's multiple levels to it, right, or areas of it, so that's what we're trying to resolve. But as we're discussing one and the other one hasn't been resolved, then yeah, you're right, we really can't navigate it, right?
So I guess we'll
Because-
just wait for that information from HR. I mean,
Was it
11.
in 4, in 11, right? We're waiting to see. Once we get that documentation, then we would know how we can work certain things, right?
We can add to them, right, or whatever. As if, yeah, we can. separate it. But we take it on first, and that's scary. Challenge them and say, no, there's liability issues. They will make the June set.
Yes, and my intention further.
me and Denver.
Not
Pay it first and then. go
exactly.
after it and say, well,
Exactly.
you'll get half.
Something we need to watch out.
Yeah. 11.
I dealt with the condition.
Yeah.
I don't like that.
And it's a long time.
Yeah. so you're
It's a
saying-
very long time.
Okay.
Back with counter language at our next meeting for Article 4.
Right, Chapo, you have, or.
Well, I guess you're asking about intent of 4.4. One of the, I think, two things that we see. Privatize some part of our duties, right? Because, yeah, you wouldn't fire the guys, but you would eliminate them by attrition. And the other thing is to protect against, when we're talking about annexation, is protecting against so what ends up happening is the city, now that ESD is inside the incorporated city, so the municipal fire department is not providing service to that city anymore, or to that part of the city, that neighborhood or whatever gets annexed. But again, it doesn't keep up that pace, and everything reverts back to either guys are gonna eventually, the department's gonna lose a position.
I hear you. Yeah, by all means, yeah,
Yeah.
but right now, the city has that right. So you want the city to give up that right.
Or straight.
Go straight. That's it. No, but I totally understand.
And then 4.5, I understand that too. That entity, because of the services we provided, it really be more to civil liabilities of insurances, life. That's where the vagueness is, or maybe.
Yeah, we found one and we'll make copies so we can see, but even here, it, like what we expected, it says, we're. And then we go after them for
And
subrogation.
that takes a while.
Yeah,
And what if they don't, what if it was
Yeah.
negligent or whatever? It's like, we're taking on responsibility.
Yeah,
Mhm.
yeah,
Right.
which,
And
well, I think we. Lose, not collect 100, cents on the dollar with the subrogation claim, then we're gonna fight harder, and that'd be fair, right? So maybe we should just bring them in the first instance and say, let's try to defend this together and pay what's right.
Well, and so there's a couple of points to that, on what you mentioned, that's correct, right? Well, we don't like that, well, of course, which is why, again, the union rep there, things like that, why there should. Scenario, right, and which you still may end up in, but the idea is to avoid those scenarios, right? Just like you
I
said,
mean.
negligence like that,
The
but
firefighter will be covered. It's just the city was not covered. in these cases.
What do you mean,
But
that's
here's-
not covered?
But let me just,
Well, the city will take all liability in this. in
but
these
here, but
cases.
there's. Before we go there.
And then someone else needs to pay, that's what she's saying, you know,
Yeah.
as opposed to.
But before we go there, I think that's why
We're all taking.
we mentioned that the training or the policies, like all those should be in place. And this is kind of what we're asking. There should be an intergovernmental agreement. There should be a policy. There should be training for the firefighters. There should be training for the supervisors. We should all know what we're doing. And actually have. It's exactly what we're bringing up. Let's put the mechanism in place so that if that. Is a negligence issue, if the fireman was just playing rodeo on the fire truck while he was going 70 miles down the road, and standing on top of the hose bed, being silly, then of course, maybe something will come up. But if we're following our policies and our rules and our training. That's all we're saying. We're not, I don't think anyone here is arguing the point or discussing the point where. If the fireman was just completely acting on his own and being reckless, then the city should still cover him. I think it's where if the fireman was doing his job. And something happens to him, then him or her should be covered, right? That's kind of what we're getting at. And that's why we're mentioning earlier. I agree, I don't think one article is going to cover. And if you look at kind of the theme of what our discussion is, it's that. And how we can move forward to that. If I had the answer, or if we would have worded, I don't know, we would have probably brought in a 20, 30 page. We know, and we can distinguish lawful orders versus unlawful orders. We want to know, we can distinguish whether we should be responding or not, whether there is an intergovernmental agreement or not, and what is that going to cover, so that we know the parameters on what we should be responding. So that we most likely will be covered, right? But then they'll hire his own and he'll still get a market, right?
Yeah, I'm saying, you know, that it may be just a definition within workers' comp, make sure that. Example, you know, was this. I was on the outside, so I helped out that one police officer, but you know. The west side had these, you know, workout facilities and gyms, and they had the PT, and then they went offsite to play basketball because some guy, you know, lived out there and he got hurt, you know. But, you know, I had to prove it up, you know, like, hey, you know, he wasn't trying to dunk, he was. But it took some time.
Right.
So I wish that, you know, maybe the definition would have been clearer, so maybe that's the fix, is to clear up on the workers' comp definition side. Firefighters, the only time we're gonna pay is when you're fighting fires, but you know, there are times when, you know, you're working on the truck or, you know, something happens. That
Right.
should be covered too, if you're on the clock. Yeah. So,
And, right.
yeah,
I think you-
I think that.
Tom, that you're talking about looking at workers' comp policies and rules, right?
Well, as far as the coverage.
You
Yeah.
know what the actual coverage is.
Yeah, and with that covers, then we can see, you know, what is something that you can't do. Yeah.
And that's where we go back to. And we know that you're not covered,
Yeah.
8.2, if I pay you time and a half, you know you're not covered, right? Do you want it, yes or no?
Yeah.
And the firefighter may say, yeah, I'll take it. What are the odds of me getting hurt, right?
So what you're saying is like you want more of an informed decision, but. I understand.
And that was just maybe that overnight. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, you wanna- We'll come back with a counter
Did
on
you want to
4.
find 11 or?
11, do we?
I don't know if we have it.
I don't know if she
If
printed it or not. She was gonna put my thing on.
Oh,
If not,
not in here.
are they ready for lunch or should we keep working?
Yeah, I don't have them there.
6, 8.
You wanna just go on to another article?
Yeah.
Labor Board?
PA 6 I'm just making a quick note.
Okay.
Which one do we have next? We have the list, right? 20.
Thank you.
Article 1. Article 1. Yeah, okay.
Organize myself.
It's just the last bit.
Yeah, it's two ways, it's coming twice.
Yeah.
Of course, this is not.
You really gonna give up two things?
Saying this deja vu, we we fought this 10 years ago.
Other words,
Huh? 15 years, yeah, yeah. No, I get it, I'm just trying to see.
No, you're not trying to see nothing.
Okay.
What other word? Might? That's the word, might. Perhaps.
Could perhaps.
Perhaps.
All right, well, I guess. The counter.
Maybe perhaps.
Maybe perhaps.
Just budget, I mean, just.
Yeah.
For the city.
Yeah, it's just,
Money.
yeah, that's it.
It's a,
The city
it's a.
stands if no one.
No, look, if. we
You're not, don't even
we want
propose.
to say
that.
everyone gets it, all right? If
There's,
there's no separation.
yeah,
The latitude, if the city were to get it.
And,
The regular employees.
if I may, I just want to know, because I wasn't here 15 years ago. 15 years ago, I was probably still in college, right? But I want to know is, can someone give me the reason why, it's been changed to shall? And it can just give me the short version.
I'll give it to you. Yeah. Before I got here, that you all went to arbitration and arbitrator Doyle was a professor, not a lawyer, professor. He says, hey, this is past practice. You've always bought back, so Mary is requirement, right? And then I came in, and I gotta admit, I thought, I disagree. That for that year, so I said, let's tee it up for the next year. And we had a different arbitrator in the city.
Okay.
And that's why.
So we're 50-50, right? So.
Okay.
oh, no, yeah.
I got- that's-
Oh, yeah. And there's more to it. The whole issue was,
Why did y'all stop the night? Why did y'all stop buying it?
right, so
We couldn't afford it.
It's
Couldn't
expensive.
afford it.
in the short run,
Because now you guys, but then the PD.
You're gonna pay
the
for the
PD,
benefit.
yeah, you're right.
That's why.
right,
The
so
PD has
basically it
to-
was PD,
I hear you.
the city negotiated that, the city, I guess PD put in, and I'm just giving. fucking-
I mean,
Yeah, just take, yeah.
You have to buy it back from us too. But if you think, oh, wait, it's too much, we're not gonna buy it back anymore. And it does fix the short run issue of we can't afford it.
You have to use them.
Ours don't.
No, not in
Ours
city.
carries over.
Our city.
city carries over.
So in the city implemented, now there's a cap,
You
right?
can buy back.
So for firefighters hired after 2006, there's a cap. Now,
Yes.
okay, so the. To decide, so the firefighter holds on. So all you're gonna end up doing in a couple of decades is the firefighter will be capped on what he's still. But it doesn't completely stop him from using his sick leave, right? So the firefighter will use his sick leave more, right, whenever he needs it. If he's sick, his kids, instead of, some guys try to not use sick leave for any reason possible. So you'll have holes in your manpower, you'll pay overtime, you're going to pay it some form or another eventually, right? Not use his leave, you could buy it back now when he's a firefighter, instead of him being a chief, and has a lot more of it, right? Selling it back at his in the career or anything like that, because they can still sell back, right? But.
Yeah, we'll bring it back to council.
And then the city, and then I just wanna know if the city, and you don't have to count it, if the city.
Time, so what we'll do is, we'll
Yeah.
talk about it, cost it out, and if there's something that we can bring back, we'll bring something back.
And if not, and the city wants to completely say, no, we understand. We're-
But in good faith, we should, we'll look at it.
We'll look at it.
You'll never just say no. because-
No, it's one of those that.
We'll count.
Yeah, I was laughing when you said deja vu, and I knew there was a story coming.
No, it was, we
It's just like, the
we
regular
understand
city
completely. the city
employees.
flat out says no.
Yeah.
Don't get paid for that buyback and they.
Are you-
I don't get that, so.
I'm just
Then
joking.
the police know they have-
They'll be accountable, I'm sure they'll be accountable.
No, it's,
And they-
I'd rather you just say flat out no.
Towards the end of it.
They just allow the time.
Yeah.
I hear you, I hear you, I hear you.
Hey, where is it?
And
Okay.
When you leave, I'll just say that.
Wanna do one more, wanna do one more?
Yeah.
Did we get 11 yet?
At the same time, if you're sick, you really want to take the sick leave, it's not say, well, I want.
Now.
No,
And then you pay installments, so you could say purchase one.
yeah. The person.
Yeah,
That's right.
Thank
For
you.
the regular employees, they feel.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
But maybe we can work. Something.
So we did you give copies?
I
Oh,
already got copies, thank you.
well,
25.
why didn't you wanna present them or? I want. No.
No, we didn't touch funeral leave.
I'm sorry.
Oh, that's okay.
So. Request. If you look at the middle of it, what was stricken out, an additional work shift with full pay may be granted by the fire chief or representative under certain circumstances or extreme hardship or sorrow. So, as it's been explained, when it's request is, the firefighter would have to call like, hey, and kind of give a whole story on why they would need another shift during the time that they're on funeral leave. So the team brought up what the frequency is if the fire chief grants it, but it is a higher possibility of it being granted than not. So the team figured just ask for the 2 24-hour shifts right out of the gates for funeral without having to call in and give some sob story, right?
And just get rid of fire, I guess, in any way or another, which, what do you?
Not that it is.
Any bias towards anybody, and just that it gets away from having to explain what.
What a person-
bigger your sorrow.
Yeah,
I guess what was brought to the
Yeah, buddy.
association was, why don't you just give her?
on a scale from 1 to 10, how sad are you? Because if it's below a 5, you can't miss.
What's the relation, like, what's the relationship between you and your staff?
I hear you. No, I get it. I get it. It's all good. So yeah, we'll talk about it and we'll bring you something back, okay?
It's just the workers' comp.
Yeah.
Injury, or essentially. Just like, workers' comp, it generally does always say injury arises out of course of scope of employment. So it just,
I don't know what you read. Say it again.
looking at the workers' comp. Rules, or it just says, injury, if the injury arises out of course of scope of employment, right? And usually we just describe the course of scope of fighting the fire, because you do paperwork that's course and scope, you're at the facility, so. So let me look at that, because I mean, course and scope, it's usually from the employer defining what the course and scope is, that's what I'm saying.
And I also want to know if there's any geographical restrictions to that. I would assume that there isn't.
Yeah.
But again, it would be an assumption. I'd want to look that up.
There's another paragraph if you keep reading.
Arose out of voluntary participation in an active recreational. Unless there's a reasonable expectation or is expressly or highly required by the employment center. They're saying here, even if it's like, an athletic thing, but it's recreational, but it's required under the scope, it would still be covered based on this language. So it's a little more generous than. Not generous, it's a little more
My question would be
over-inclusive.
I guess my question is. You're not. I'll give you an example. We used to go to Mexico. We used to send this to Mexico.
Mhm.
If we were to get hurt in Mexico, in another country, would we be covered?
Well, I guess my question is, did that,
We did here.
you should be. I would be better. But like, I would think in Webb County, just, I would like to see if there's a geographical restriction to that, that's all. Because,
And
yeah,
so. The comment of it's more generous than we think, yeah, if they. That's why we're mentioning, because I'm sure it's going to say, just like any insurance, you think you're gonna have all this covered, but you're not.
like, they will ask the question on a scale from 1 to 10, how sad are you? No, they will ask that question
More time.
and ask it 10 more
They're calling
times.
you a liar for saying, but.
It's, it's tough.
That will look like.
Okay.
That way, it's clear to you all too, like what's covering us now. Supplemental insurance to military guys, but there was an exception that if you die in active war, like, that's the most likely way that was going out,
Yeah.
And a lot of the soldiers are buying this stuff, because they think, well, I'm going to take care of my family, but that's the most likely way you're going, and that's the one thing that's not covered.
Yeah, or people in Katrina, like they play. Figure. Yeah, try.
You guys wanna break for lunch? We'll caucus really quick. I mean, not that it's a caucus, we're lunch, right? That's what's in. Yeah.
Thanks, y'all. All right, so back on the record, 1:41 PM. The city is making its proposal for Article 20, which is promotion. 20.3, those changes that are shown there are just grammatical. The substantive change is on 20.7. Again, mostly grammatical. A person may not be appointed from an eligibility list until the reinstatement list is exhausted. That was already part of the contract. The only change is on 20.9, the next page. 20.9, the last sentence. The department's standard operating procedures may be included in the promotional exams. Now, this is just, the city believes that it's a good idea for anyone testing for these types of exams to be familiar with all of the policies so as to make the department run as smoothly as possible. And then in 2011, any member promoted to the rank of captain or above must have completed 60 college hours before the promotion or must complete 60 college hours after assuming the rank of captain or above within 36 months of said promotion. So that's our other change. The 60 hours, it's actually an incentive because in order to qualify for master firefighter, don't you have to have 60 hours?
Oh, yeah.
You have to have for master, and as far as we know, that is an ad pay, and it's just being able to make sure that we have the most.
You need 60 hours?
The fire science.
You have to have
For-
associates for at least 60 hours.
for fire science. And it's either 60 hours, I mean, an associate's degree is 60 hours.
It's an associate, 60 hours, and 21 dealing with fire service.
And if
Total
you,
21.
and if you do assume the rank of captain, you will have 36 months after that to get your 60 college hours. Now, this isn't something that isn't, I mean, this is something that's required even with Laredo police officers. If they're going to be chiefs, they have to have so many hours of college. It's just something that, the chief had said that, would be beneficial for the department, having, very qualified individuals assume these tasks or have these qualifications or whatnot. So that's the city's proposal on that. Thoughts?
Okay. So 20.3, the necessary training is referencing what are other, what the city stance on what?
Oh, which is the necessary training, whatever
Like
training.
One training, is it?
Is it gonna be given one time? Otherwise, they don't qualify, because it's only one.
No. I think it's just something
That
that
would
was,
change what it was said before.
I mentioned because there's been times where certain chief will call an individual and say, hey, we have this training next week. Either you show up or we're not gonna have it again for a year. And if there's no consideration of like, hey, what do you mean you just notified me? I had this, in this one particular case, it was an anniversary, they had a week-long trip planned already, the flights were scheduled. And the response was, yeah, we're not gonna offer another training, so either you show up or you don't get promoted. So it's just, we noticed the necessary training, I just wanted to see what the city's thought was, how's it gonna roll out?
I guess my thoughts is, that was purely just grammatical.
Okay.
It's just the necessary training. I mean, you have to have certain trainings in order to apply and be part of a position. It had no other meaning other than that, sir.
And the reason I asked, the last sentence, right? So it says, it won't affect whether you get promoted or your rank, but it affects, when the effective date is of the promotion. Would we be overriding, say, the statute as far as for civil service when it says, I missed it this week, I can't take it till another 3 months because the department's busy or whatever the schedule looks like. And how do I lose my place in seniority because it doesn't reference it? And then I just, since there is a change,
I mean,
not that it wouldn't happen already, I just since it was addressed and it's grammatical, but how do we foresee that playing out?
let me just read that one more time then. I mean, I think it reads exactly the same as it was before the
Right.
change was even proposed.
I just,
Because separating these two sentences or separating this complex compound sentence into two really doesn't do anything to the language.
no, I understand that, I'm more at the necessary training.
I mean, if you want to take the out, that's,
Well, I'm
That-
just
that's
asking-
fine.
I'm just asking.
oh, no,
for
I,
Clarification, I don't know if there was more into it.
No.
If the fire chief or someone recommended,
no, the additional word of the does not change the original meaning. It was just purely for grammatical purposes. If you feel that the puts an undue burden on promotions, we can take out the. It's really not a problem. We
I'm
can
just-
propose no change on that sentence.
right, no, I'm just asking.
Yeah, so if that would make you more comfortable, we could just strike out the, that's fine. Not a problem. So that 20.3 reads, in addition, the fire chief shall require every employee to successfully complete necessary training applicable to each respective position. Just take out the,
I was just asking.
Okay. Now let's move on to 20,
20.7.
20.5. Is the okay there? Just want to make sure we're okay. It was, yeah. 20.7, a person may not be appointed from an eligibility list until they're
I don't know,
is
maybe we
exhausted.
should move there. No? Wow, you guys okay with that one?
Yeah.
Okay. Ready for
Sounds like a
the-
horse trading thing.
Okay. For a horse exercise?
Just say that.
I'm sorry, what I should have done, I mean,
Let's weigh them.
yeah, absolutely. No, and I'm sorry, again, please, excuse me for this. So, okay, so in the spirit of transparency and full disclosure, okay, and Zone's gonna make fun of me for this. I have a computer program on my computer, right? It's called Grammarly. Okay, it helps me with grammar. And it was telling me, you should really put the in there to make it more grammatically sound.
No.
So that's exactly why I did it. No, I just want to let you guys know there was no
No, no.
nefariousness on my part at all, you know?
You should be able to fix the settings on the different areas and the.
Yeah,
Just put the radio in there, it'll just throw all.
I mean, it's all,
That's why 20.3,
yeah,
I only ask why,
yeah.
if a certain deputy chief in the past had not made the statement of you will not get promoted if you do not take this specific training.
Yeah.
I wouldn't, it would have been like, yeah, okay, it doesn't work that way, but since it was, I'm like, because I don't know what administration is saying, this is what we need, and what you're saying, oh, we're just cleaning up the language, that's why I asked.
Yeah. And no, I'm not offended at all. And the only reason why I'm getting is because this is a point of contention between my boss and I. He's like, you don't need it. And I go, yeah, I need it. Yeah, man. If I ever send you an email and it's perfect grammar, it's not me, it's the computer program that I subscribe to. Anyway, moving on.
20.7, I don't think we had an issue, right?
No issue.
On 20.9, the only question we had was the city stance was. We brought this up contracts ago and the city did not want it. We just. All of them, they change of heart, just the city wants to move with the,
On 20.9.
yeah.
Yeah,
That was something that we had proposed that we wanted as a study material so that. Over firefighter's career, he reads the SOPs multiple times, so by the time he's an officer, he might be more familiar with SOPs. But the city was a hard no on it, we just found it as well, okay, the city now wants it.
But I guess a concern now is, our new hires are not issued department standard operating procedure manual. That's not a thing anymore. Stop being a thing in 2009. Last time we ever got handed a manual with all our policy procedures.
And the.
And if it could be a source, where did they buy it?
Right.
Where do they get it? Where do they obtain it?
Is it online?
And,
the SOPs aren't online.
No, and they change all the time.
and we
They
have
get
no,
updated all the time.
we didn't. Have an issue in the past, and I don't think we have an issue now, it's just these concerns of like. Where is it, where can we get a hold of it, which is the updated one, who keeps track of that one, just so that. One page or a couple of sentences off on one SOP to a newer version can determine a promotion.
And also, I mean, it being, let's say, online within the department, our, 100 guys taking a test, gonna be able to study on a daily basis on their own
So
time.
there's a program that the chief is in the process, I think, of implementing Lexipool, and it's gonna be available even on your phones.
Yeah.
And then so we, and just
What
in case,
date?
we would reference
Like
this
what date?
manual as of this date, or. So that the chief would be in charge of, this is the manual as of May 2023 is the manual that's, okay.
And I mean, I know when you all get issued your books to study, I mean, wouldn't this just be a book, an extra set of materials that the 100 applicants would be provided with in order to study?
Well, that's what I think, the
That's
question
my
was,
whole point.
where they're gonna be able to get it.
Where do we
Yeah,
get it?
yeah, we purchase our own books,
And
and
then,
because you have to order whatever the civil service local commission says this, but we just. To roll it out, okay, will there be a date on it?
why not,
We're gonna keep you
honestly,
updated.
why not put this in the CE that goes after promotion? The part where it says you complete,
Because also, it does change also somewhat of 20.9 since there is allowed 3 source materials. If the promotion, if the SOPs are gonna be one of the other 3 would have to be removed because now it become 4 sources. And that's not what's written.
right?
in
Okay.
20.9.
If the objective is to learn the policies and put them in the CE class that comes after the promotional. Put it there. It doesn't make sense to me, because you don't want them taking questions out of that that are gonna repeat themselves over and over again. Because when they hire a company to make the test bank,
And usually the company that makes the test, I mean, I think to be able to, I guess, get answers from that one.
well, the biggest problem I see is whenever they have, and this used to happen in the old days. They'd pick a source material, an ISTA book, let's just say. And if that book didn't change, they would use that book over and over again. Well, the same questions would come up over and over again.
Mhm.
Well, same thing here. If the SOPs don't change and every driver's test has the SOPs on there, every captain's test has the SOPs on it,
Oh,
For the next.
it's gonna be the same questions over and over again.
Okay.
So it's just, it makes more sense to be in the CE afterwards. Not that we care, I mean,
I mean, we
if
think
you
it's a
want
great
basically,
thing that
We actually
every
don't see
officer or every person promoting them know their
Follow it.
procedure.
sure, by all means. add
We
to
were,
it.
we were just wondering where, because it was the city that was legitimately, no, we do not want it as a resource. And then so when we saw it, we're like, okay, they kind of changed the heart over the last 10 years.
A lot can change in.
Yeah, no, no, I just, I.
No, I understand.
And I don't think anyone has an issue either way if it is or not.
Yeah.
Does anyone?
No.
It's just, we just, we would need to know exactly which one at which date, because since there's constant sometimes changes to the SOP manual.
Mhm.
Which one would be locked in as source material, because it would be for at least,
But it will be locked in, right?
yeah, well, then, yeah, just the
So
department,
or-
the department. Make sure, you know, this is the material, or print this out, or buy this, or whatever it's
Yeah.
gonna be. As your source material, right? Or here's, this is the material the test is gonna be on.
Well, I'll give you an example. Our EMS protocol is on the station computers, LFD resources we tap into here, right, the source. But when we upload it, let's say to the laptop they're using, and then that protocol changes, no one ever bothers to change the one that's on the computer that the medics are using out in the field. Because it's not tied into the city's resources, LFD, it's not within the network. Somebody copied and pasted on there. So that's what we're saying, you know, it has to be referenced with the date or something, because sometimes we have outdated information somewhere.
But if it's gonna be on a promotional exams for study materials, you would specify, right? How about you like specify department standard operating procedures may be used, so there's, that would have to specify that. You know, edition 5, you know,
Right.
zone win official.
Wait, what? Oh, I like where you're going with your.
You keep track of this, yeah.
Special edition zone win version, $500.
Does anyone have any?
How about, are we leaving it as a source or as a CE?
Well, do you want it, I mean, if it's a source, I would say like the specified department standard may be used, you know, if it's a
Yeah.
source, if you just wanna see, you know. But
Because we would have to change either the 4 sources, or now we're only picking 2 books.
No, that was my
Yeah, right.
understanding is you're gonna replace one of the ones and we know
I would
that.
say
Or-
Just the
add a
beginning of
source.
that sentence, just the beginning of
the
that
fourth
sentence.
source if they want it.
Yeah.
Right?
I don't see it being forced.
Which ones? So,
Yeah, more for that.
no, like, we're at-
Can we add a source?
Yeah, the source, I don't know. Do you want, Tony doesn't want to add a source?
You already mentioned sources on people.
Well, I don't know, well, you guys. Yeah,
We can work more with this.
Do we put an effective date?
Yeah, 3 books and select an SOP,
Monday? What is that?
3 sources, right? And then a selected SOP, whatever. is-
So there'll be an additional
As a
source.
fourth?
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying, you guys want to copy it?
I think we're gonna have to copy it now because there's other, they'll change the wording of some, not wording, but now.
On what item?
So the test questions, all that, because now the test questions is 30, 30, and 40,
Yeah, well,
but now you're gonna add a
45,
fourth
25, 20.
material.
okay, and then 2011,
20.11?
I'm sorry, 20.
No, I'm serious.
So, some guys have an account.
So I might put it in first.
Yeah.
So you want to require
60 college hours.
60 college hours. Now, I know, if it's for a master firefighter, the firefighter does not have to opt for the master's,
Yeah.
Right, so here it would be required for them to have 60 college hours.
Before promoting to captain, or once you promote to captain, you have 3 years to do it.
Okay, and then so is the city gonna do
So what happens if it doesn't? They don't?
they
What
don't
happens
get
then?
promoted?
Yeah, that's what, we already,
You get to your other, to
You're getting voted?
your previous rank, yeah.
You can't get demoted. You can't get
Can't
demoted.
get
you
the-
won't sit on our side of them?
No. You can't. I mean, you've already earned it. You're there, like,
Well, you,
don't
so,
get
You
demoted.
actually
Get
could
promoted.
by contract,
I mean, yeah,
but
unless it's by contract.
No, they're 143, I mean, if we're making this a requirement, you're gonna meet one of your requirements, right?
could.
Mhm.
It's-
I guess we would have
I mean,
referenced
there's
it with
no
that more wording.
factors afterwards, as far as operations is concerned, what if you need the captain and and then there's no one to move up, what happens then?
I mean, it's a full-time, like
It's
60
not
hours
traditional.
full-time in 36 months, and especially if you're
That's
mandating
2
somebody to go to school full-time, basically.
And then who's gonna pay for the classes? Who's gonna pay for their time to be in class? All, you know, like, it's just a requirement, go take 60 hours of college, that's
And
2
you're
years of
gonna-
time with no compensation, no nothing. Who
It's
does
a
it?
nice spot.
That guy did it. That guy did it.
It didn't help
He's
any.
getting bodies, isn't he?
Well,
Somebody's hiring you.
I will tell you, it doesn't help any, it's not a better captain.
No, it makes you
Still
better.
still the loser, still the loser.
I mean,
And I think you already, and I think with the academy that is provided by the city before you become firefighters, I think you're already getting about 30 hours of college credit. So you would need to get about 30 more hours.
You have to pay for it.
You gotta go pay.
yeah, you don't, you gotta go
PLC.
You gotta go
apply for it.
PLC.
Early conversion, it was about a couple grand, 1,000.
There's only one
Well,
person.
there used to be tuition reimbursement, but from the city.
We
It
do
was a good
tuition
program.
reimbursement for it?
Are y'all talking about maybe bringing that back, the tuition reimbursement?
No, not.
Well, just for these hours, just for these hours.
We love going to school, you get paid for it.
Tuition reimbursement just for these hours.
All right,
Well, then I guess we got those copies too. Then.
Yeah, we'll
Yeah.
talk this
there you go.
I think we should.
The meetings will continue until you return.
You're gonna start seeing that like.
Okay.
Yeah, well, I only want.
They got more.
Yeah, we have more articles. Let's just get to the articles before we start talking. Yeah, yeah.
Y'all are just trying to.
I'm with you.
Let's move the train. Let's move the train, please.
The 5 o'clock.
Please. God. I at least wanted to get to this. Okay, I guess number,
Movie yesterday,
Seven?
he put till 7.
On a Friday,
He put till 7.
on a Friday.
yeah, right.
He said he was
Yes,
dedicated.
very dedicated.
Which one is that one?
It's part of my goals.
Which stands for, I didn't catch it whenever I finished.
That's right. That's right. Here you go, y'all.
There goes Beverly again.
There you go. Jesus, otra vez.
5, Grammarly 6.
There you go. There you go. Thank you so much. Alright. Political activities, is Article 26. The only thing that we were changing is, if you're in uniform, whether you're on or off duty, there can be no political activities. Same thing with, 26.3. Instead of listing all of them, it's just gonna be those that are prohibited in the local government code, specifically 143.086. So we're essentially telling you, follow what the local government code said, as opposed to just putting them on there.
That works.
Yeah, that was.
And follow along.
That's it. That's
Are
it.
we still working?
That's. I mean, I don't know how you, yeah.
Yeah. That's okay, okay.
That's it.
Okay,
That was easy.
so, very easy.
So I think,
Did she
does
say-
anyone have an issue on this one?
No.
Yes, 142. We follow in there already.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just instead of all that.
Yeah. All that weird stuff.
Okay,
Same street.
yes, maybe we can TA this one. Up to you guys.
Let's talk about it when we talk.
Yeah, you gotta talk about it, yeah, it's fine.
Okay.
All right, the next one is number 20, Article 27. Association Business League. Here you guys go. Here you go, sir. Let me pick this up. Okay.
I run out of it again, I'm 2 times, do you understand?
Article 27. The only change that we are asking is 27.9. And 27.9 was added into this article after our last collective bargaining session, when on the record, the union was very clear that we are aware that we cannot use, we cannot do political activities while on association business leave, okay? And that's why we are putting it in the contract. ABL shall not be used for any political activities. And if we, and
143.086.
yes, and we can even go, if you want, we can say, as per article, political activities shall be defined as those in Article 26. If that's something y'all, because it's, we're just saying that what you are prohibited from doing while in uniform, on or off duty, based on Article 26, while you're on ABL, you can't do those things. That's all. And that's Article 27. And then finally. Article 32. Maintenance of standards. So the only addition is section 32.3. This article shall not be interpreted as limiting management rights under Article 6 of this agreement. So just like in Article 6. When speaking about management rights, it was very important for the union to put in the contract. Nothing in here shall be used or inconsistent with the CBA, right? That's why we put all that language in there. Pursuant to CBA, pursuant to CBA. The other side of that coin is, okay, fine, there's maintenance of standards, but this cannot be interpreted to limiting management rights. So it's almost the same thing, like when we're not saying that, oh, management rights are going to overtake what maintenance, Article 32 in and of itself, but there's still, we can't use this we can't interpret this as limiting management rights. That's the purpose of this change.
But doesn't it limit management rights? I mean, isn't that the whole point of Article 32? You must maintain the standards that were in place at the site of the contract.
I don't see it as limiting, I see past practices.
It's maintaining.
Maintain, yeah.
Maintaining,
And that's what we're saying. Maintenance is one thing, but to interpret maintenance of standard as limiting the management rights, that's where we have an issue with it. And again,
Is that addressing past practices?
no, it's not addressing past practices. All we're saying is that this article cannot be used to limit management rights. Whatever management rights are that are in Article 6, as long as there's no past practice and it doesn't interfere with any other contractual obligation of CBA, that means management has the authority to regulate those things.
can you give us an example like what this might address, like what you're thinking it might address?
Let me see. I can't come up with an example right now. I can talk about something after caucus.
Okay.
If at all possible.
You think of just say that this article should not contradict with articles,
Okay. What about, this article shall not contradict
management rights on Article 6.
under Article 6.
So it keeps on equal terms, it's not like,
Yeah.
one is overriding the other. Just think about it.
And the only thing I'm pending is Article 7.
Mhm.
But I'll get to that shortly. After we caucus on the other articles. All right, so about 15 minutes, you think?
Sure.
Isn't that fair? All right. It's 2:23 back from caucus. So on Article 20, y'all, we had an idea about something, so we're gonna bring that back, okay? I know you all caucused on it. I wasn't trying to waste any time or anything. It's just we found a different path to accomplish a similar goal, so we'll just table that for now.
Okay.
Yeah, we'll just table the Article 20. We'll just table that for now and we'll bring it back at the next meeting.
Okay.
We'll bring it back to the next meeting. All right. And Article 26. Anything on Article 26? The political activities.
26, no.
No, so can we TA that?
Mhm.
Awesome. Okay, we just signed this one, or do we? Yeah, we signed this one. Yeah. All right.
You want me to do one that doesn't have all this stuff on it? or
Yeah,
we're good?
We'll end up retyping it, a clean version for the union to ratify and for city council to ratify, right? We can
On
just TA,
26?
yeah,
I thought it was already completed, like we fixed everything that we sign off on it.
I don't understand.
Which one?
What it says, like he's gonna sign off on it like that.
Oh, it has
So
to
we
be,
took
you
all the
want, you
strikeouts
want a
and we made it
clean,
look-
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
yeah, we'll just present a clean copy in a minute, so,
Okay.
thank you. And then 27, y'all, what about 27?
Hearing proposal 27.9, which is ABO should not be used for any political activities as defined under Article 142.086 or just to reference 143.086. Or as defined under, or
As defined,
under 143.086, as the text of local government code.
43.086.
Or
Okay,
local government code, or
okay, so
just,
any objections to that, or,
no, just
No,
to add that.
that,
okay, yeah,
just to add the 143 because. I guess instead of trying to define political activity,
We just use
reference
143.
back to Article 26, basically where it says 143.0.
correct,
Mhm.
okay, awesome.
And then on 30, or, let me know when you're-
32,
yeah. But we don't see how that would not limit past practice. So we just,
on this one? 27 or 26? Okay. Oh, here you go. So you're saying that
yeah, we don't feel
provision-
that sentence does not limit past practice.
Oh, it doesn't.
How is, or how it does not limit, yeah. You're saying.
Consistent with or which one? Can we, just the new language with the consistent?
Yeah,
with?
the article shall not contradict management rights under Article 6 of this agreement. Article 6, like, very vague and an open description of what those rights are. And I think we had discussed last meeting, there's a lot of, or not a lot of, there's certain things that the department does that are past practices as basically how those rights are enforced. A perfect example is if I'm gonna go on sick leave, right, the fire chief has the right to make policy and things like that, but if I'm gonna go on sick leave right now, I have to call before 11 p.m. So you're saying this would not allow us to agree if he just says, you know what, you have to call 3 days ahead. Right? Is that what I'm understanding? Because he has that right under Article 6, but the specifics of it are basically past practices on how we operate. Yes?
See, it's, when we were making reference to it earlier, because our contract specifically limits the chief. That's why we want to make sure that those articles were referenced.
Well, it doesn't
It is.
specifically, past practice, in some areas it
In
does.
some
yeah,
areas
right.
it does.
I mean, we could use the annual leave. That's something we changed the last time. Was a deputy chief threatened to limit how many guys could be on vacation at a time and reduce it drastically from 17 at the time to 12 and say, I'm gonna change it to 12. Well, that's gonna, we lose our vacation time. All other city employees can roll over a certain amount of time. We lose it.
If we don't take it.
If we don't take it, we lose it. And by him threatening to say, I'm gonna reduce it to 12. Well, now 400 people, if we look at a calendar, may or may not be able to go, right? On vacation, but that's something that we're referencing, like. And that's why we had to put it into the contract and say, you know what, we're gonna have a formula for how many people can be on vacation. And we follow that now. It's just, it's that past practice and say, you know what, we had nothing in our contract. At that time, all it said was, we have annual leave, but we didn't say how we could take the annual leave.
And just, you know, these long-term past practices, they are agreeable under the contract.
Yeah.
Under minute standards, that we could feel that sentence would, limit the past practice.
I got you.
And what about the other articles? Is that it?
Those don't-
That was the last one.
20,
Because when you go back,
20 pull back, okay.
27, we're good.
And
We're
26,
good.
we're
26, we're good. And then 20, yeah, 20 pull back. We can say 26, 27.
Hold on 1 second, I think I can see.
on these few things that we were here on. 'Cause I think what they're changing on this one.
So look, we were on 20, we were good with 20.3, 20.5, 20.7.
I think y'all were mainly gonna pull it back because of the last article of 20.9.
Or 11.
Yes, however, we are coming to a different way or different proposal on 20? I mean, I guess we could just discuss it right now.
Well, the first three that you proposed were fine in the first proposal. If it's the second page. There's only, I don't know which one it is, but there's only two issues on that one.
Yeah, the 20.9, you know, a big concern is our promotional list comes out once a year.
Okay.
And for us to say, like right now, fire chief already put out the books. One of our promotional lists is not gonna expire till next March. So if we put out the promotional list already, or the new sources for a test sometime next year after March. But if we're gonna pick out SOPs and say, okay, so does that mean the SOPs are not gonna change for the next 15 months? Is that time that to hand to the chief and say, I'm not gonna change any of my policies because I put out.
Because the source materials are,
Yeah,
but y'all have a change on this, so what is y'all's?
Well, the change is essentially instead of the 60 hours of college credits
Oh, okay.
in order to qualify or in order to promote as a captain, it would be more of a additional points towards someone who is applying for captain if they have college credits.
Yes, how many do I get?
You get like 1,000 points. David.
PhD.
Yeah.
Associate is 10. PhD is 25. Masters is 45.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah,
Okay, no, cheap.
So that would be it.
Damn it.
This will not be retroactive.
Well,
So that would be the case. So if you're applying for captain or you're applying for something above that, district chief
That would be seniority points.
give you some sort of seniority points, yes. If you have a associate's degree, it's 1 point. You have a bachelor's, it's 2 points. You have a master's degree, it's 3 points, something like that.
I think we should start at 10, 15, 20.
Then you have individuals that have a lot of college hours with no degree.
So maybe there could be like a
But you said
Okay.
60 college hours.
60 college hours is the equivalent
Oh, okay.
of an associate.
But it
So-
doesn't mean you have.
But it.
No, that is
shouldn't be
correct.
homemaking.
I'm
Yeah.
sorry?
It shouldn't be in homemaking.
Why not?
Because, no,
How
you're,
is that gonna happen?
no, you're right, ma'am. So I'll tell you, I have 101 hours and I've
So-
never put the 101 hours to anything. Because
I
I'm
don't
taking
think
to learn something, to learn something, to learn something. But I've never tried to put all together to create, I don't know.
General studies.
Yeah.
You're saying 60 hours, 120 hours.
Not of electives. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I think a degree, that's why I think a degree, so maybe it could be like, well, again, it could be, if you have 60 hours, it's 1 point. If you have an associate's, it's 2. If you have a bachelor's, it's 3, something like that. You know, the degree, it's essentially saying that like, you know, you're qualified, you're capable, you're able to get to places on time, finish a task, all those things are very, very important skills to have in this field. I don't know. That's what,
But it says like making like relevant degree, you know, what's relevant.
Yeah.
Like, that was just maybe having a degree, you know,
Elon Musk.
putting it together.
I'm,
Yeah, sure.
yeah, just talk about
So it's not
that.
mandatory, it's just an incentive.
Yeah.
That way we can.
okay, and we can talk about 20.9, it just, there would have to be some sort of parameters set for it to be used. In the past, we've always liked the idea, but we would run into the same thing. Is the policy gonna change? Is it not gonna change? How are we gonna make it the official policy? Will it be printed out and the department will provide it? Because like Chavo mentioned, it is a working document. If the chief needs to change it, is he gonna reference for this exam, it's this
Yeah.
one, and then the next exam? So an assistant drivers, they listed for January, but then the materials for the driver's test is in June, and he changed 2 policies. Is he gonna reference a different policy manual? Is it gonna date back to the old one?
I'm playing it out, so I don't think it's gonna be, you know, like a third of the questions, and maybe just, you know, a small subset of questions, because it's SOP versus your other, you know, books. So maybe, hey, this is the policy, this is the SOPs that's relevant to this exam. If he changes something, those things, you know, may not be, and then he probably won't ask questions on outdated, SOPs, obviously, so.
Well, and
It's
I
gonna be
think
something that,
the-
you know, very short, but, you know, relevant, because you don't want to make people memorize stuff from a year or 2 back.
the SOP manual,
Yeah, yeah.
very,
of course,
bigger
of
than
course.
most.
I mean, in 2009, it was this
Yeah.
much. because you had a whole section for cadets. And then you have a whole section of the SOPs.
Mhm.
And, you know.
Or maybe if the department provides a
Time of day that you call in to take. sick
source
leave for the-
material based off the SOPs, here's this package, here's this booklet.
Yeah,
That's something that could be.
And then the other
Instead-
concern is
instead
the
of just,
repetitive questions.
Mhm.
So how do we assure that the same 10 or 20 questions are not repeated in every exam where it loses its purpose of guys learning it because now we're just sharing the test
Yeah.
questions. And these are the 20 they
yeah,
get.
this is A, B, C.
Yeah. Which ones do you remember, which ones do I remember?
Mhm.
You get 30 guys, they can remember 20
Mhm.
questions.
Mhm.
And then it loses its.
No, but it's like,
Extent.
well, and just,
Yeah.
just in discussion, you're saying it would be only a small portion of the question.
Yeah.
If you take only a section of it, here's a 50-page or 30-page
Mhm.
section of the SOPs that we want you to learn now, or it doesn't have to be SOPs, it's common practices that we do. Or how.
Related to that next rank, you know.
Right, and then so here's this, I'm giving you the material, 5 questions are gonna be based on it.
Yeah.
You know,
One thing that comes into question is, if it's gonna be prepared, is this gonna be given to each individual member of of that rank testing? And is there gonna be a cost to it, because now we're in some issues of how they're gonna cost on something like that. You know, if the individual.
Well, I'm sure the department could provide it.
Pay the department, like, is that not an issue with that?
If the department is wanting this, then I would imagine that the department would be providing this material to you.
Sure.
I mean, 20 sheets, 50 sheets of paper for each person.
I mean, that's one article here.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, if you TA a couple more, we'll say.
We're already there, man, yeah.
no, but that way, that way they can change it up, the only thing is who is going to formulate those questions?
Yeah, they can't be formulated. You still have to have
Yeah.
the same company to formulate. the
Here's the
question.
booklet,
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah,
There's
it
a-
could be formulated out of,
Yeah.
out of the department.
And then so you can change it up in different sections of the SOP manual for different ranks or.
Yeah.
And it does say May, it does say May in
Yeah,
there,
they
so
don't-
it's.
Well,
they-
hold
they-
on. If we put this in, then we have to change the above part that talks about how many questions come from each source.
That's
Okay.
predetermined.
So that's why it's not
Okay.
just a one thing. If we add it in as a source, it has to be added.
It's
in.
not gonna be a
And
main, if we
determination
give
of
it,
how many
if we give it
questions come
5
It's gonna be
questions,
okay.
we're gonna take it.
That's what it said, if you put it in as the C, as part of the CE class, it says, in order to promote, you have to pass the class or complete the class, like pass, but complete the class. Put it in CE, makes it a lot
I
easier.
mean, it could be part of our fire CE, we're required to do 20 hours. I mean, if, even our train division, we don't have to go to the expense of paying a private company $5,000 to create the test.
Sure.
You have your train division create the questions, give us 4 hours of CE, 5 hours of CE. For learning the SOP, whatever, like you said, for each rank, what the administration determines. These are the ones you really need to know, these SOPs. As a driver, you need to know this about pumping, your responsibilities of the truck. The firefighters need to learn the responsibilities of the ambulance. Driving with due diligence, the captains need to know their roles, officers. I mean, this could be created in-house and given CE to motivate them to read this material and,
And be very cost effective.
yeah.
If the goal is to get our members more educated on the SOPs, there's lots of ways to do it. You're gonna open Pandora's box, but put it in.
Very well.
And then 20.11. Or what are we getting for?
I guess 20.11, that would be that'd be the education, yes.
Enlightenment.
Yes. Education is its own reward, sir. Yeah, man, come on. Yeah, man. Look at the men in the mirror, sir.
For some reason,
Yeah, man.
for some reason, when I read that article, and I look in the mirror, I see a horse trade.
You just see a horseman. You see a horse.
Maybe it's a part of a horse that shall not be named.
No, I was about to say something, I caught myself.
Okay.
I'm in the same boat, man. I got like a doctorate and
Yeah.
extra master for no reason.
Yeah.
But we like.
So I think what we're gonna remove that and just put it into the incentives for promotional purposes, an incentive or points
So
for
you're gonna,
promotion.
we're okay with the first page, you're gonna, I guess, discuss 20.9 and 20.11 and bring back.
Yes, I'm bringing back, yes.
Okay.
So record, when I look in the mirror, I see a jacket. A horse is fine. Man. Yes. Yes.
For all the citizens watching at home.
It's all right.
So,
And then,
26 and 27, we're gonna TA, right?
yes,
And then
then we have one more article, which is, yeah,
20 you're gonna bring back, and then 32, what was the?
32, we're just gonna think about it real quick and see.
Yeah, but you guys are not in agreement, so we'll have to.
Yeah, we'll have to go back. Well, so one more article. This is our last article for the day. It's Article 7. These are in cover. There you go.
We can discuss a couple more articles.
So, Article 7, it's just a change to 7.2. It's changing, one appointed, but no, it's not, it's one appointed assistant fire chief, one tested deputy chief, one tested fire chief, and 2 appointed deputy fire chiefs. What's the change? I think there's a change, sorry. Can I have it?
It's from,
Yeah, no, I said you're back. I got it.
it's from 2 tested to 1 tested.
Yes.
Deputy chief, and then to appoint. But you had sent us, we thought you were proposing a second appointed.
No, I, that
We
was,
were okay with that.
no, that was a mistake on my part. I apologize for that. All
We were already willing to TA you.
right.
Sure you don't wanna go there?
So it's one appointed, one tested, and then 2 appointed deputy fire chiefs. Is that the right one? Actually, that's the right one.
So,
Yes,
what's the reason for it?
the reason for it, it's, so as the chief of the fire department, my guess is what you're trying to do is you're trying to take the department in a certain direction. I mean, you can't say that every chief is the same, and for those of you that have served under multiple chiefs, I would imagine that they're all different, right? They're all very different. With that being said, each and every chief has its own vision. In order to carry out that vision, you need to have your own team. And a lot of the times, those positions up in command staff, they're positions of trust. They want to make sure that you get to choose your own team. For instance, why do the Dallas Cowboys lose all the time?
There you go.
Because the head coach, that is the chef, isn't allowed to pick his own ingredients.
Oh, I thought the other.
You're mixing metaphors here, man.
I'm telling you, I am mixing metaphors.
Finish.
I am mixing metaphors. I am mixing metaphors. Yeah, mixing metaphors.
Chef,
It just, he needs to be able to pick his own team, right? And he can't do it, right? He can't do it. So that's what I'm trying to say, is that you're being able to, he has to be able to pick his own team the way he wants it to complete his vision, and that's all it is, man. That's all it is.
Well, I think it was more of a Jerry Jones, the trust is.
I agree.
I mean, Jerry has his.
I agree, yeah.
Still can't get it done.
So,
Yeah.
so basically, the fire chief is saying that, not this fire chief, but whoever proposes, is saying that our promotional process doesn't work and lead to the best individual getting promoted.
Not necessarily.
Personalities.
It's
You know that.
individuals.
It's like, maybe I can, maybe I can.
I know, but we're a department that doesn't get to pick our individuals. We work with individuals whoever are assigned to us day to day, and I promise you, there's personality conflictions all the time.
It's different at the top.
It's different at the top. Yes, sir.
I can.
To have your lieutenants, right?
Because what?
To have your lieutenants, to have the people that, I'm sorry, pick the wrong word, but just your personal assistants, that's all, right?
And then you're not talking about anyone now.
I'm sorry.
Basically, in the next 12 months, when we have one of our deputies retire off, y'all want that position to be appointed.
Yes.
Yes.
So it is.
It's-
Well, I mean, I don't know when they're gonna retire.
Oh, no,
You
we
said,
do.
well,
We do.
hypothetically, I don't.
He's gonna write
He's right
your
there.
report.
Is it?
Right here.
Chief use.
It could be someone else.
We're just gonna write down right there, horse trade.
That sounds like a whole herd of horses.
Multiple.
There you go.
We will discuss.
Thank you.
This is a lot horse there.
I see simply buyback in the future.
But to refer back to the Cowboys, yes, caught it. Yes, catch it.
You did.
I thought that would be like a sore subject, and then I went to chef and ingredients, it became a whole mess. Anyway, but you know, regardless, y'all knew what I was talking about, so it's fine.
So
Going up.
just to recap here.
Yes, sir.
You're going to counter on 4, right?
Mhm.
You know, we propose 23. You're gonna tell us no later on, not right now. Union proposed Article 25, you're gonna count on 25. You're taking back 20.
Yes.
To reword 20.11.
Yep.
20.11. 26, we're gonna TA, right?
And 27.
TA, 27 TA. And then you're gonna come back with 32. Oh, and then you propose 7.
Yes.
So we're going to caucus on. We're gonna take that back, you'll come back. Right. We're gonna caucus so we can discuss 7.
Okay.
And then we're gonna review Article 12 and we'll be ready to propose or no shortly. Okay? Or do you want to,
That'd be a new Article 12.
right, well, I mean, we have time.
That's seven here.
Absolutely.
No, I mean,
We didn't.
okay, we have time.
Yeah.
No, because we'll caucus, we're gonna basically go over 7, 12, are you gonna work on language on some of these that you're gonna come back with? Right now, yeah, so we're gonna caucus, so they have a chance to work, and then we have.
Let us know when you're ready.
Yes, sir, yes, sir.
So I get all the work already.
Huh?
We're gonna see, like, we don't see pending.
We haven't.
Yeah.
we
Oh,
haven't-
TA 11, here it is. So, you wanna take a look at it and sign away?
Yeah,
Good
7, you have 12, we're gonna go with 12 right now,
job, Pete.
7, 12. We have anything else?
I'm here to you.
7, 12,
4 days later.
yeah, we're supposed to be this, we'll go back
Into
to
the,
7 and 12.
into the file. Go.
Then we have to do the two, we have to do the TA, we have, do we have TA on the record first? Or are
Are
you,
we on the record?
yeah, we're on?
Yeah, we're gonna see 11.
Okay, yeah.
11, and then like we come back, you'll have 26. ready. And in a day, in
That's
order to
it.
do the 5 goals.
Sure. Sure. Other than reach a deal, reach a deal, reach a deal, reach a deal.
Finish.
Article 15. Yeah. Thank you.
Okay, 24.
23rd, 24, 2023.
1447, I got 247.
Thank you. Get that. There you go. Thank you, brother.
Oh, that's just one day on top. No,
Yeah.
no, it's- 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
This is a top view, the big view, and then this is focuses in on whoever's talking or moving.
Tell us how it works.
So the top one's the big view, the overall, this right here, so it's my fingers on it, and then this is when you talk. It captures.
There's 1,
My
2,
sound
3,
also,
4,
so
5,
if
6,
zone's
7.
opening a
Yeah,
diet coke
cameras
over there
over.
and he pops the top, it'll go to him. Like that's 5 times in a row.
Break your hand.
Hey,
There's no workers comp for you right now.
Thank you, sir.
They said wrong on the video.
He's like We had a firefighter 20 years ago. He was on the news. Like, what happened to you? "Oh, I got a rope fiber in my eye.
Oh, what?
A what? A little fiber of the rope
Oh,
in his eye. He got 2 weeks off. I was like, interesting. Roll fiber, no, you were doing hoses, and yes, no, roll fiber.
Oh, yeah.
I was like. I'm like, "What?" Quick 2 weeks,
Sounds like
quick 2 weeks. Yes.
All right.
Good.
Yeah, we're good on. 3T.
We're
Oh,
gonna-
yeah, we're caucus, okay, yeah, I guess it's 2:49. I guess we'll go into caucus about 15 minutes. Thank you.
Okay. 15 minutes, one of those articles.
Yeah, 15
He's good,
minutes,
he's good.
15 minutes. All right, we're back on the record, 3:11 PM. I just handed. Reviewing them. And I think before we get to that, just for scheduling purposes. Next Friday for a short meeting. I know that the union wanted to make a presentation.
Mhm.
But we can maybe do a short, maybe half-day meeting next
I think-
Friday.
If, and pension is what, 30?
They're doing the morning or in the afternoon?
Whatever, it works for you.
Ma'am?
Whatever is best for you. I think it's a
4 to 7?
presentation, it might be.
Okay.
And then. If you have any questions, and then the city can take it back and, I guess, run the numbers or monetarily, or check it out.
Okay.
We're on 26, and we're on 26. Oh,
What's that?
Like it's almost feel like it's not. What color? Electric. Just like,
hold on.
I'm not, see what it is?
Council on the Monday after Friday, right?
Correct.
So you, the presentation is better on Friday, before the council meeting,
Yeah,
or it need to be Thursday?
Wednesday, we post for agendas for the council meeting. And then we have something on Thursday, so.
Friday,
I-
okay.
So,
Friday morning.
Friday, that's fine.
Friday morning will be fine.
if y'all wanna just do it and I don't have to be here, it's just presentation. You can do it anytime.
No, that's fine, no, they can do Friday, we can do Friday.
We do Friday.
For your presentation, I just don't want you guys to spin your wheels on something that, that should be more better. I mean, we want you to be well compensated, that's not the issue, it's just, the concern over here is, is just that balance of the budget, because we do have upgrade, right? And then you all have a concern about FTE, so maybe it's, how do we work towards that healthy budget? If I can say, hey, we're less than Fort Worth, we don't care, we want you to be well paid, that's not.
No, I think, but one of the concerns is.
No, that's
Yeah.
done deal. Concern over here is just how do we work towards that healthy kind of budget?
Right.
That's all.
Yes.
Yeah,
Well, and-
because we have all these other issues and you have.
And remarkably, most of them are handled by staffing.
Yeah, exactly. So
We-
maybe it's
we
a
just-
staffing issue, maybe it's, the equipment
Well,
upgrades.
and
something like that.
we just don't want some of these overshadowing
Gotcha.
storylines that can be easily dispelled with.
Yeah.
And we're putting it in a slide format so that here's a copy of it, and
Sure.
if you want to go fact check anywhere. About
Mhm.
what the budget is
Yeah.
and budget constraints, not versus. And then, for example, you're the highest paid, so we shouldn't give you a dime.
Yeah.
Yeah, no.
Nah, we get
So,
that, yeah.
so,
yeah.
yeah, so that's why,
Yeah.
a portion of it is. So that we can have an honest conversation.
Yeah.
And what we're doing is basically putting it apples to apples.
Yeah,
This is what people get paid, and this is the reality of the market we work in, live in now,
Mm-hmm.
right? Whether it's private, whether it's municipal, whatever it is, this is what people are getting paid at this level.
Mhm.
So, yeah. No, of
Okay, so
course,
just- we have-
No, no,
but we don't want it. You can give a raise, but since you're the highest paid, we
Yeah.
decide not to give you, right?
Gotcha.
A raise, and I don't think it should be about that, so that's why it's.
On that, and then pension and.
And
That's me,
Sure.
that's more important.
And the thing is like, and I guess the argument is that if you are decently needs, is it fiscally responsible to give wage increases so high that you're not able to address right?
Or pension and.
the pension, the help of the
stuff like that,
pension,
yeah.
the FTEs, the fact that there's
Yeah.
probably gonna be a need for a fire station coming up. There are all these concerns and really it's about fiscal responsibility, right? Like spending, let's just say, $5 million one way and $5 million another way,
Right.
it's not the same.
The association or department was asking for a fire station where there's basically no rooftops, then of course, but. If a completely new subdivision has opened up with 1,000 warehouses. And we understand fiscally responsible, but. It does both.
Yeah.
Work both ways,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
Okay, we do have the rooftops for this, we do have the income for it, where is it being allocated? And that's what I'm saying, it's not a lot,
Flexibility.
it's
Yeah.
3, 4 slides on the pension.
Yeah. Yeah.
I don't know, 9, 10 slides, 4 slides.
No, no,
on-
it's. That was good, yeah.
Oh,
Yeah, but I get it.
I
you know, go
wish
ahead
it
and
worked.
work it out.
Yeah,
I wish. it-
Yeah, I wish, yeah.
there has to be a highest paid department, there has to be a lowest too, right?
Right, I'm sorry. What are we gonna- Oh, we're good on 27. Got caught up in that talk, I never signed, my bad, sorry.
Thank you. Go. Thank you.
Oh, okay. Sure.
It's a PD issue.
Okay. That's fine.
Joaquin's got it.
What are we gonna talk about, boys?
That 15.
Yeah, I know you. I know it's something of great concern for you guys, so.
Well, it's been modified and
Okay.
a lot of.
Let me see.
changed. Yeah.
Can't see it.
You want to say it for next month?
Yeah, man,
Get out.
let's do it. Yeah. Don't get me wrong, I love hanging out with you guys in the lunches, but.
Not that
Yeah.
much, really. Really not that much.
Yeah, not that much.
Wrap this up.
Yeah. Come on, happy Thursday. 407.
Do you have?
Appreciate it. Oh,
I give them.
thank you, thank you, thank you. You already know? I'm so sorry. I wish I was.
Okay, so. We gave you a copy of the official route to the department. Is,
Thank you so much.
the other one?
That's it.
So on 12.1, we pretty much. Wrote in all the new divisions or departments or whatever phrases they're gonna be defined as. The divisions and areas of the department,
Mhm.
so that we can account for the FTEs as in 12.3. So it'll have there to spell out of what each one is. Now, required minimum strength, again, if you look at the roster, engines. Engine on every shift. As far as crash, fire rescue, or ladder, like it's what's in the contract, fire prevention and arson.
Okay.
There used to be fire investigation, that division no longer exists, so it's fire prevention and arson, so they have 12. These groups. What is now known as fire prevention, and so you can see the official roster, it matches the slots that are there.
Okay.
12.2. 12.2 is just because of the change in terminology. That's why
Okay.
even in 12.1 with units, companies and divisions, because each, I guess. The year, basically what the staffing levels of full-time positions will be. So in D, hold a fire academy to fill all identified or anticipated vacancies for compliance with this agreement, removing the 45 days, right? Before they're actually reduced. The city does not schedule and begin an academy within 6 months of said vacancy. The city shall contribute both the pension contribution owed from the employee and the pension contributions owed from the city per FTE at the rate of a over 36-month firefighter. And that is to address the shortfalls on the pension. Because at the end of the day, the city will be liable for a portion of it anyway, if the pension trouble gets, or the pension gets into trouble. E, we added each additional unit apparatus shall require additional full-time employees positions accordingly. The following list is not all inclusive, but will represent a minimum for staffing levels per new / additional units or companies when added to the listed 2023 official roster. And we want to attach the official roster as an appendix at the end of the contract. So then each unit or apparatus with full-time employees will be as specified there. District Chief 3. So that's because there's a chief and then there's 3 shifts. Even supervisor is the same. You add an engine, just so that for vacations and times off. Ladder truck and ambulance is 9, 16. Crash fire and rescue. Any other additional FTEs needed for units at companies, divisions not specifically addressed in this agreement that are added during the life of this agreement shall be agreed upon by the fire chief and the union president. In other words, anything not addressed here, if it's outside of of what's listed, and then agreement with the association.
So you're changing the first change, required minimum strength. So you're saying that the city of Laredo is gonna be contractually obligated to have this breakdown of FTEs before 20 or this immediately.
No, okay, yes, but it's not to add any manpower, it's to just keep what's in the official roster as of today.
So this does not, okay, so I guess my question is, what happens if, for whatever reason, you have a
Retires.
mass exodus of retirees?
So then 12.3D would trigger. Right, you will identify,
The city shall begin an academy in 6 months. If they don't, then pension contributions owed. So the city would be on the hook for those pension contributions
right,
at the rate of an over 36-month firefighter. Okay,
David. Something I don't know if you want to address there is and I just thought about is the missing funds to the dependent insurance.
Well, we put that under the dependent. We put it.
We
in
did put it as,
right?
okay.
What?
Oh,
Hmm.
no,
Yeah. Yeah, it
Okay.
is.
okay,
We added the word in there.
okay.
So I'm guessing that, this article works in conjunction with with the pension article, correct? And safety. But as far as the pension, what is the current state of your pension right now that
Well,
would require?
before we get to the pension shortfalls on
Mhm.
12.3, if there's any. So 12.1 is pretty much requiring to keep what the city is doing as of today, right? Not adding anything new, but just keeping in place what is there, assigned as per the roster, right? Keeping in mind, most of the divisions we didn't have, it's administration, past administration and this administration that decided the need for this. And all we're saying is if that's what's needed, then we need to make sure that manpower is staffed there. So we're not depleting from other areas just to create or reinvent the wheel, right? So that's 12.1. In 12.3, it is one, the safety issue and what the city and as even the current roster recognizes as what is needed. But we can't make long-term projections or liabilities or even 12.1 kind of determines that, plus 12.3C determines what the manpower as far as full-time position should be. Now, when D triggers is, if there is a shortfall and the city has not filled for whatever reason, then yes, we would have to somehow contribute to the pension fund. So since the city is for whatever reason not hiring the academy, then yes, the city should put in. Now, mind you, it is a reduced cost to the city to just put the pension contributions in and to hire the firefighter, if that's really what the city is going after. Well, we want to save some money, we're gonna hold off. I don't know how much you would save, because one, you would pay overtime for the shortages.
Correct.
But two, you're causing a shortfall to the fund, which the city is partly also responsible for liability as far as if there are shortfalls. We're just trying to keep the funds that are supposed to go there and what our actuary is based on to keep going there, right? Now, we are given a 6-month window, and the reason why is every time we've asked our training deputy chief or division, they say that 6 months is more than enough time to hold a test and have the process to hire an academy. So that's where that's coming from. If the city wants to take longer, they can. It would be a lessened penalty, though. It's about contributions of the city and firefighters, about 36%. Versus what you would be paying 100% for a firefighter. So the city still have a 64%.
Well, no. When y'all look at a firefighter, y'all have a 30% incentive package on top of their pay. So,
Fringe benefits.
so you're saving 100% of their salary, you're just spending the 30% that y'all have for their incentives package
On the pension.
on the pension.
So, and actually, if they were hired on, it's the 20.1% that the city would contribute. You're only coming up with the 16% that the firefighter would contribute. So it's a small penalty for waiting to hire an academy. Now, there's issues on safety, there's issues on staffing that are needed, but if we're not trying to limit the city and saying you don't have to, it's just if you are, at least put money into the pension fund, because that's going to show massive losses if you're not hiring firemen or replacing them as they retire.
And as far as the health of the pension, I guess. Is the health of the pension in question right now? Is one of the reasons why you are asking for the city to come up with more funds?
The health of the pension is in question my entire 27 years that I've worked here, because we've always
Oh,
been
yeah, that's short.
short-staffed.
You guys about the pension.
Many as 50 employees back in 2002,
Mhm.
in 2022, same. We were also short. And we're still short 18 guys today.
And so there's a shortage of firemen right now. So the pension funds start getting the funds that the actuary says it should be getting. 1, 2, the firemen have already voted a massive reduction in benefits and contributing 1%.
Has that happened yet?
Yes, well.
The contribution of the 1%?
Contributions won't take effect until
to the pension.
kind of dictates on how much is contributed. It's October.
Because I know last year is when it took effect, the 1% y'all, your union voted, or your members voted,
January first of this year.
The benefit reduction already
Contract
took
changes.
place.
the benefit, okay?
Yeah, benefit reductions took effect January first of this year. All the reductions, not counting overtime, lowering our factor and all those things took effect already. The 1% contribution that the membership approved is expected to kick in October first.
October first.
Of this
Okay.
year.
And is that automatic or is that contingent on what happens in this contract?
No, that's
No,
already,
the
that's
membership
already
already
voted on.
That's already been
There's
voted
gonna
on
be a
and,
percent.
and there can be a subsequent vote removing that 1% deduction.
No,
Well, healthy position, it has to go basically.
All right, we switch it
through the
up.
process.
any change to the pension, the actuary has to approve it.
Okay.
So we're gonna say, we're gonna change this. We want to change this. It's the three-legged stool and it's in our procedure where the actuary has to approve it, the membership has to approve it as a whole, and then the board approves that change.
Mhm.
So it's the three-legged stool for the process. So we couldn't change because basically reducing about 1%. The actuary would never say, yeah, you can reduce what you guys
Yeah.
are putting in. Like right now, we're already committed to 16. Even if a board member
That's what
And-
kind of proof
and-
is
and-
conversation is up.
yeah, it would be detrimental to the pension.
Okay.
We're currently getting another actuary report, so we won't know the
This,
status.
this summer we'll get another actual report based on these past.
Firefighter shortages. Yeah, right. Even though 2 academies were hired, there's shortages already by 18 firefighters. So those contributions aren't going in.
The city
Even-
budget's 407 every year for FTE, so we have less.
Our concern is if the city chooses not to hire an academy, then the city should pay the
Okay.
contributions. This is not
At the
a,
end of the day, the city's a sponsor for this pension, they're responsible for it. So it's
A percentage of it
right,
for the whole.
Well, no,
it's the whole thing, they're the sponsor. I mean, the firefighters keep contributing, but they're basically held responsible for the pension.
and there are other cities that just the way it does for TMRS. And I know we're getting more into the pension talks, but
Mhm.
how this is more also initially for health and safety. It's a big part of making sure we have adequate number of firefighters. Same thing when we talked about as far as like what this zone mentioned as the monopoly. Well, it's actually personnel to roll out. I know in the past, the city's made arguments as far as, well, if you're working so many shifts, are you exhausted? Well, that applies also if we have minimal staffing and we don't have replacements, and we don't have people. They do bleed into each other as far as safety and then what pension contributions are. And then ultimately, it's all addressed under the CBA, so we're proposing.
So, I think, the FTEs and the academies can get quite expensive and again, this is going to be another discussion of the amount of money that the city's willing to invest in this contract. Where is it going to go? And as I can see from all of the concerns that you've all have raised, safety, aging fleet, equipment, pension.
On the aging fleet, it's not a request for
No.
monetary, but
no,
it's
it's not.
it's a health and safety issue. And
It is a health and safety issue and that's why, but all of these things are, and we said it, like it's a symptom of needing the funds to purchase all these things,
Right.
to have the best equipment, your I really don't want to say the word washing machines, but what are they called again?
Extra.
Extractors, thank you. I'm sorry, guys. I'm not trying to be insulting. I just I did not remember that. And the extractors, thank you. So the extractors, all of these things cost money. So now we have this pot of money. How are we gonna spend it? And I think this is also going to tie into the economic discussions that we're gonna have probably very soon. But we'll cost this out and see what it would cost if we were to, with the shortfall we have, how much of a contribution this is going to be. And I mean,
But aren't those contributions that are already budgeted, because y'all are budgeted for 407?
that I do not know. I would have to ask Jesus.
Yeah, so.
It's underlying
every
item
year-
of unfunded FTEs.
So
for
every
cost
year
savings, right?
during budget presentation that they do, they do claim, say, 400 some firefighters are budgeted. We have so many. That is always the case. And what we're asking here is that pension contribution is no different than the city's pension. TMRS does an actual evaluation and says this is your contribution. So right now by city charter, 7% from city employees, 14% from the city. But because of the actual requirement, TMRS has been consistently asking the last 10 years for the city to put anywhere from 20 point something to 21 point something into as far as their contribution to make that pension whole. And the city employee keeps only putting 7. And we on our side have been increasing our pension contribution to help. And we're just asking the city for help, just like it helps its own city employees. We're asking for that same contribution. Help us, make that pension whole, especially when councilman saying, we balanced the budget, we didn't fill in 61 vacancies, and that day we had 31 vacancies. So half of the city way of saved and balanced his budget was basically on our backs. And every time you save money or you think you're saving money, you're really hurting our pension, which ultimately the city is a sponsor and is responsible for that payment when the fund can no longer make that payment for our retirees. They will be ultimately responsible.
So consistent. And the city has consistently shortchanged our FTEs, which put us in the position multiple times to have to do this.
Well, in the last 10 years, the city has made a big contribution to the pension. I think in the last so many years, they've increased by like what's
The
the
city was
pension.
not at,
No.
the city was not at 5%. I've been here 27 years. The city was never at 5% contribution.
What's the total contribution for the city?
Right now it's 21.
21, but we've gone up from 17 or 16 in how many years? How many years?
From 16% to 21?
Yeah, and like how many years is that?
For my time joining.
And what's the percentage of the
Firefighters, since
firefighters.
I've been here, 5, 10, 5 or 6%.
I want
No,
to
we
say
got
that.
for the contribution.
We were at 12 when we started for 16.
So before this past year,
But we've
How many
we've
times-
had massive pension cuts as well, so we can quantify the pension, the actual benefit.
Okay.
cuts.
And then you also have to understand why y'all went up. If you look at the negotiations and why y'all went up the last few times, it's because y'all were shorting. Consistently shorting. The last time y'all were 55 personnel short for 2
Okay.
years, which cost the pension over $2 million. That's what the last
Also,
increase was for.
We asked our actuary the last time that you gave us 1% was to quantify. Basically, y'all created a benefit increase without considering the effect it was gonna have to our membership. When y'all changed the time clock from an average of 112, you changed it to 120, 112, and 104. What that time, the way our pension worked was they were able to pick pay periods instead of months or years. They were able to pick pay periods. So when the city said in 2016, January of 2016, said, oh, we're going to this payroll, the guys retiring then were able to pick all the 120s, basically creating a benefit increase without contribution from anyone to that benefit increase. And the whole reason the city's not following the city charter right now of 14%, paying 21%, because back then also sometime around 2012 and 2013, the city's pension changed, but nobody contributed more money officially.
That'd have been-
Hmm.
The city charter didn't change from 7 to 14, it stayed there. But the pension got way better for city employees 10 years ago.
which we're happy. Awesome.
It got a little better, but there was no increase. And that's why your actual assumption is so high, 7% more than what it should be. Because no one accounted for that change monetarily into it. So like when we asked for a benefit increase, the actuary tells us it's gonna cost you this much.
So just, I guess, where, did you follow what he was talking about the payroll change? And how y'all's change in the payroll changed benefits for our members?
Thank God that our finance person's here.
Shoot, y'all.
Well aware. So please explain.
We proposed staffing.
Yeah.
Article 12 staffing,
Yes,
and then we gave here's a copy of the
Mhm.
official roster.
thank you. Oh,
Shortages as far as what 18 firefighters.
You're adding 12 to RC.
It's
No,
the
no.
current.
It's we also, the official roster there has the creation of these divisions and areas, so we wanted to reflect. Right.
Thank you.
We use the chief's current roster that he created
Up here.
as a reflection of the FTEs.
So I have a question, couple of questions. What if at some point, when you firefighters on the line, is it basically saying, we have 10 in training as an example? I need to move 5 out, he will no longer have the discretion. Yeah,
Yeah, waiting man.
We have, 18 short, and I don't think you,
I mean, there's remedies moving forward for it.
The problem, we've come across this for years now, and we've heard it from previous fire chief. But it's not a problem, I can move these guys out of the office tomorrow. And it's even happened. Last contract, if you remember, bunch of
They tried getting upset, saying, I don't wanna go back,
Well,
some retired.
some did retire. Yeah, but here's my problem, here's my problem. Those positions are needed. It's obvious the chief needs these positions, that's why he keeps pulling them from the line. But instead of requesting the FTEs, he just robs from the line, becomes a safety concern for our individuals on the line.
well, the thing is, you have the 407 FTEs, that's more than enough, but when they get pulled to the line and then vacancies aren't filled. The line personnel, because the academies aren't being hired, or like right now, currently, there's 2 academies hired and we're short 18 firefighters. So. Right now, there should be the process of academy being hired. There should be an academy within the next several months because of the time frame. And there is none,
And
so,
there is one scheduled for this year.
June.
well, and that's what we get to as far as, that those contributions need to be made because we've already made, so to say, promises to the actuary that these monies will be coming in. So the city can still save its 70, 80, 90% on replacing the firemen, but the contributions to the pension will go in.
So when the pension contributions that go in is a percentage of gross?
Yes.
Right, of what the pay should,
Or gross, right? So my question, and I think I made it one time before this to another board member, and he couldn't answer this, was, okay, I understand the shortages, but then because of shortages, there's overtime that's created.
Right.
There's revenue, there's money that's being made.
Mhm.
And that money is going into the pension.
But
So how do you I mean, it's not one-to-one,
Not
but
even close,
no,
that's- yeah.
no, well.
Oh,
it
no,
is
no,
close.
but
It
hold
is
on,
close.
but hold on, now, if you wanted to quantify, and we could, right, we could just come up with a formula if, because there's 40 firefighters not being hired,
There's overtime.
there's
that can
overtime,
generated.
okay, then you can reduce that from the amount. If there's 40 firefighters short and 20 individuals are hired consistently, and we take their
Additional
overtime,
money.
right, so we take the $500 per paycheck or 1,000, that's just easy math, 1,000. And the contribution should be $300, we can deduct that from the millions that the city would be paying from, yeah, and that's no problem, we can do that. Right, if the overtime is made, we'll reduce those contributions. But the city will contribute its contribution and the firefighters, which is 36.1%. And if it turns out to be 2, 3, 4%, we can reduce it, but then the city can contribute the rest. And that is, so after 6 months, because that's what our department has said, our attorney said that that's all they need to hire an academy. And yeah, we have no issue reducing that.
And just so you know, when that question that you previously posed, it was actually a double-edged sword. Because there was lack of contributions and then an increased amount that somebody would take when they retire because of the overtime.
But now that's been removed.
So had to remove another benefit because of the problem of lack of staffing. Lack of staffing created multiple issues. It was multiple shortfalls. It wasn't just not enough money coming in because lack of people. It was a massive amount of money leaving. So we actually reduced benefits for that.
And the issue about those contributions after 6 months, the academy should be hired. It's more of, we need to keep the fund in a certain position, because if we allow it to derail to a certain point, it should become.
For the bond rating and everything else.
Yeah, so it affects more than one thing. And so what we're explaining to Joaquin is, if the city chose that, you know what, we need a cost saving, you know, we're not gonna hire 50 firemen for the next 2 years. That's fine, but for 18 months of those, at least those contributions are going to the funds that are needed. So that we don't lose track of that, at least. So there would be a cost savings to the city of somewhere in the 70 percentile, right? Of what it costs to hire a firefighter.
I just have a lot of thoughts.
Thanks for being flexible, that's what we're working on too, you know, find
Yeah.
different ways to get to that end result, but. You know, we're sensitive to what you.
No, I think a healthy fund is beneficial for the city as much as for us. I mean, we're nowhere near any point that we could ever make benefit changes like increase.
Mhm.
We're trying to sustain it.
Yeah.
And it just seems like at every turn, no matter what we do, you can't overcome the shortfalls of not having contributions that should be going
The
in.
manpower. And so, you know, we were explaining to Joaquin, there's been a reduction in benefits voted in, there's been a 1% approval by the firefighters to pitch in more. That's gotten us almost there, but staffing is key to maintaining. And then just. Actually has told us of where we need to be. This is as close as we've been to actually getting there in what, 15 years, Chapa? Now, and we brought this up, we've been working towards getting there so that we can have a healthy fund and a healthy, sustainable fund. And we're almost there, we just need to make maybe 1 or 2 more tweaks.
Yeah.
And we have I don't think the membership has any problem of making them. It's just, we need to balance out that.
That's what we've been discussing here too, is that we think that these are shared responsibilities, shared priorities. So it's not like, you know, we want to keep this money, you want to take money and run off. We're gonna see each other tomorrow. We're going to go back to work, you know, so these are shared responsibilities and priorities, you know, the healthy pension fund, you know, the equipment, staffing, and even, you know, your raises. I mean, it's just gonna be like, hey, we don't want you to become the least paid firefighters in the state.
No, but I think.
Maintain your standard of living too.
I think if, and this, my opinion, I think if you're starting to lump in all of these costs, then it's just us paying, it.
No, but I'm saying it's a give and take. It's not just all on you, but I'm saying, you know.
No, but we
think the money
just
needs to
signed
go.
over our changes.
Yeah.
We just put it in extra.
But we
1%.
haven't seen that 1% increase from the fire department yet.
It starts in October. That's the pension board.
Why are we waiting until October?
Because we've had 6%, 16% inflation over the last 2 years. Our members are having a hard time paying for their bills, maybe. I mean, I'm just saying the country's kind
We've been
of,
waiting for years for this to happen. years.
And we've done,
Benefit cuts?
We didn't
We've
make
been
a
cutting
change.
benefits
Cost
over years.
increases.
we didn't make a change
We
to
have
cherry
been-
picking. We had to take out the cherry picking clause in our contract because.
Well, hold
y'all
on,
decided
hold
to
on,
change.
let me, we didn't have to. There was a conscious effort made, led by firefighters, understanding the responsibility. Benefit cuts multiple times now. Increases in contributions on our end multiple times now. Have been working on doing our end and
I appreciate
There-
it.
There's,
that's a
there's
good
been,
thing.
there's
Yeah,
been
yeah.
massive cuts. Conscious effort from the department and explaining that we need to make cuts, explaining that we need to put more money in. So that we get to a good balance, and we have, so what we. We've reduced the overtime, we've reduced the big ones, the cherry picking, we've eliminated all those benefits. To reduce them,
Most city
Finish that thought.
employees, retire with 40, not even 50, if we're lucky.
but then again, then we contribute 16%.
Yeah, yeah.
And city employees contribute 7, so I mean, it kind of coincides with the numbers. I'm sure that. If allowed under the law, if a city employee would contribute 16%, you might be able to get more benefit, right?
The charter or what y'all actually contribute? Would you,
It's contributed towards retirement.
no,
7.14,
7?
7 and 14,
no.
so it's a 2-to-1 ratio.
All the employees.
14.
No, that's what city charter says, but what y'all actually contribute for y'all is
It
not
was
even
a
close.
catch up. We're back down to 13 or 12.
And for 10 years, y'all are at 21, 22.
Well, but,
It was-
and the whole deal here is, it's still a
It
2-to-1
was a
ratio.
catch up.
Yeah,
So now we're even lower than 14.
So we need to catch up.
But, so, and if I may, it's still about a 2-to-1 ratio. And whatever years I have, it's more, well, yes, but I put in 60%. If I put in more than double the amount of money in any account, it's gonna save up more. But still like that, it's still a 2-to-1 ratio, and where the city. And again, we're comparing 2 different funds, but still, it's a 2-to-1 ratio. So for firefighters, it's more what is it, a 1.31 ratio, and that's not what's being argued. For this. Other than maintaining staffing, we don't foresee in the future a lot of these issues. Now, if the fund experienced something, a great return all of a sudden over so many years and benefits were approved, these younger guys might get in trouble again, but as we see it now, we're very close to locking in an actual realistic expected return, the benefits packages that it's both comparable to what other cities are offering or other funds, and we should be fine. The last leg on this stool, like Chapa was saying, is just maintaining the staffing. Right? Because all these calculations are based on that number of FTEs. So realistically, if it's shorted, so will these funds? So.
That's what I'm saying. I think we're identifying the priorities and we'll work our end, you guys are working in, so it's big. Well, we acknowledge and we appreciate that, definitely.
And any proposals that we make where there is cost savings for the city, don't think that it's gonna go to other departments. It's to be reinvested with the fire department, just in a different way is all.
Yeah.
To sort of address, and it's to
Whether it's
address the,
staffing or equipment.
it's to address the concerns that you guys have.
Yeah. Just, there's priorities.
Now, I can go fight fires on tricycles.
We don't want you to
But
though.
we don't want you to.
Cause you look
We don't want you to.
ridiculous, Dave.
Yeah.
You're too big.
Like, as a tricycle owner myself, I sure do not fit on it.
Yeah, I'm just saying.
Okay.
Um,
We're meeting Friday? Yeah.
Yeah, just spend the morning, just a
Okay.
morning session on Friday.
Before we, I guess, or do you want to go over maybe, so we kind of keep a tally of what's being TA, what's pending?
Okay, so as far as the TAs so far, we have TA 17, 22, 37, 6, 8, 11, 26, and 27.
6, 8, 11, 26, 27,
Mm,
and then previously,
26.
Previously, how-
37.
from basically last
Last summer.
negotiation session.
Oh, I don't have that information on me.
So
Whoever's gonna
we
pick
have,
up on it. Hold on a
five on the
second.
table. 27, 12.
Can you just, one,
I'm sorry.
one more time, brother?
So we proposed four, so basically what's on the table, we proposed four, the city's gonna counter, we proposed 23. City will counter 25, the city will counter. City proposed 20, we're gonna look into and look. That, city proposed 7. Union proposed 12. The next meeting, the union will be proposing 15 and 30.
Will that be on?
Sorry,
Tentatively, yes. Proposal on 16.
It's Friday, what's the date on that? Friday,
That would be
31st?
the 31st.
Friday,
Be like, oh no, 31st of March.
Friday,
I don't, you all can come. I can't be here.
What happened?
I know I have, no, it's, I'm giving a presentation for the, newly. Afternoon. 1 o'clock's fine. 1 o'clock's
Friday, March
Yes.
31st. At 1
That
P.M.
means we don't get to buy them lunch.
I'll bring some snacks,
Union will present,
negotiation snacks,
the union is gonna present article
15 and 30.
15 and 30. So sign
Yeah,
it.
I'll remind you that we're a second body now.
You know, 15.
That's all good.
And you're gonna propose,
Yeah, we're still on the record. That's fine.
you're gonna propose 16?
That camera.
You're gonna propose 16?
16, yes, sir. We will have a proposal on 16, because
Article 16. Yeah, 3-4 hours for those 3 articles.
that should be. I'm good, thank you. For real, I'm good. I appreciate it. All right, so I guess we'll adjourn for the,
Is there any, I know you guys were gonna look at it, were you able to? Huh?
no, nothing right now. So I guess, so we have what we need here, but as far as the info.
I think Mrs. Tangente already,
Sure, you send it to us?
well, I don't know, if she.
Okay, I'll,
Not too.
or whatever, send it to you, and then you also wanted some more information, right, David? It was about
I'd ask for the,
whether or not there was a geographical restriction to the work.
the agreement with the county and the city.
And then the agreement,
Yeah, MOU. This is for me.
county and city. Okay, we can, that's sure, I'll make sure to get those to David.
Found
He
the
wants to count it.
articles that were pending, let me just check. Not yet,
Not yet, well,
Article 8 was T, right?
Article 8, 6 and 8 were T8, sir,
Article 8,
and then 11,
okay, Article 6 was T.
Article 8 was T,
Article 12
yes.
Proposed 5, 16,
11
13.
was here. You want a camera?
No.
We have one.
Chairman went there?
11, T8,
Want a caramel one?
But there's actually.
Article 20, did we see? 17, we propose, we TA'd 17, right?
17 has been TA'd, yeah, that was TA'd.
20, they pulled back, 23, no, right?
23, no, that one,
25 hasn't, 26 and 27 are TA. Yes.
okay, so, we'll have it.
No, 23 is strictly buyback.
Oh, sick leave.
Oh, yeah,
Okay.
sorry.
25 is the.
25 are zero.
Okay.
But we haven't seen
25
it either, right?
is the unit count.
Article
This one,
29, no, right?
nothing on 29, what was that one again?
That was the insurances.
Okay, the
But I think
insurance,
we're
I think you're close because of the,
Right.
with subcommittee stuff.
32, no, 37, no, 38, no. Okay.
37 was already,
Yeah, we
I don't
might,
think-
we might,
I think.
oh, you
guys
might, you might have a,
No, you guys had to post something. That is all right.
the arbitration.
no,
You had added
It's the
an
arbitration,
extra step.
37 grievance, that was TA for his arbitration, well, that was.
no,
something
we haven't
proposed.
had anything
I think in the past.
37 or 38.
In the summer, last summer.
What was about the?
Wasn't she adding an extra grievance that?
No,
That was in 37.
Not 37?
I don't
So,
think.
but
we
my
did
count,
that.
we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14.
Yeah.
15.
What about this as far as arbitration, Nate? Would you all think about going outside of the American Arbitration Association to get like a third party?
That's one thing we've discussed it.
And we've
It
used
would just be different, depend on who, right?
And then we used AAA before, and like sometimes it'll take over a year to give a decision,
Right.
so that just takes way too long.
I guess we would just have to vet and see who.
Yeah. Well, I'll look at some groups.
And I guess, we could,
There are others besides AAA, more responsive, cheaper.
so there's 15, about 15 pending articles, I think, 2 or 3 of those are just, would be TA, once everything else is TA. It's more like
Yeah.
12, and then I don't know. Maybe we're looking at maybe 7 or 8 articles, right?
So I don't know if this is kosher, but I mean, sending your proposal ahead of time so we can cost it out so that we don't have to waste the meeting
The caucus and stuff.
to caucus. Because 12, we can already do some costing for that, depending on like, if we were to accept it, how much would it cost the city
Right.
every year? But for 15 and 30, we would like to know how much it would cost, so that way we can evaluate.
Okay. I'll,
Instead of it just being that day and then we have to go back and cost it and then set up another meeting, it would just be quicker this way, if it's kosher.
Yeah.
yeah, no, I'll talk to, we'll talk about it, we'll see, if the.
And for this, and for it's gonna be a lot of work for him, it's a lot of work.
I see, but you could cost it out, but anyways. Send it over.
Yeah, jury.
Budget director in your future, sir.
Me. Do it.
Yeah, man, we good. I mean, you're gonna do a second act like David, man. Yes, if we can. So can we just like officially adjourn then?
Yes.
All right, so we're adjourned.